You gonna cut me off? I'm gonna cut him off, but I'm gonna engage the GA if we would be okay with James just finishing his motivation. Thank you very much. James, continue.
There was a discussion regarding this and whether it would be acceptable that once the majority of the GA has concerns and wants to address something, those concerns should be addressed through the procedural motions. So that's the discussion we have, and that's something that is up for discussion here. Again, this is just the closed discussion as we've just discussed, and there's the addition that we updated the criteria for the honorary life members. So it's been changed from serving on the executive committee for more than one term to serving the federation beyond what is expected. And also instead of developing external contacts, developing significant external contacts. Because currently every chairperson of external relations may be eligible under these guidelines. And so we want to make sure that the guidelines that are stated here are better reflective of what is expected and what HLMs must achieve to achieve that status of honorary life member.
Thank you, James. I will now open the floor for discussion. And I have a comment from IPSF Switzerland.
I also want to go slowly through those proposals because, again, in the document there's no motivation whatsoever. First of all, for 4.1.5, I want clarification on the first X, if this has an influence on reconsidering a motion. I believe.
Could you just clarify what you mean?
The first proposal under 4.1.5, does this have any influence on the procedural motion to reconsider a motion?
It's not so much in terms of reconsidering motion. This would be a separate situation. It would be more so if the chairperson would close the discussion and then so it'd be immediately after the chairperson closed discussion, a member motion could propose.
Okay, so you could still propose reconsidering a motion. Then for the next one,
for the record, I am only taking one comment at a time, but I have no one else on the list, so I will allow Siobhan to continue.
Then for the last X of the same 4.1.5, like if you would accept it like that, without accepting the 50% change to the procedural motions, then we would need 2/3 majority to vote on a single ballot. If we would only accept this proposal and not accept the proposal for the change of majority needed to accept procedural motions, then we would need a 2/3 majority to request a secret ballot. And for me, that's too high, to be honest.
Yes.
And then I can continue because I believe for some procedural motions, we should keep the 2/3 majority needed. For example, for closing the floor for discussion, I think 50% is too little. That's why I would like to vote on the motion parts in regards to the point of the change. In regards to the change of majority needed for procedural motions.
Okay, I'll allow James to respond, and then I'll take a comment from KPSV in the Netherlands.
I think that was a procedural motion.
Oh, was that a procedural motion? Okay. I have a procedural motion put forward to vote on the current motion in parts. I have it seconded by BBHG Germany. I will now open the floor for discussion on this current procedural motion. From IPSF Switzerland. Technical from Portugal.
Eduardo from Portugal. Stefan, can you repeat which part you want to vote separately, please?
It's about the 7.2.7, first of all, because as it would be now, the floor could be closed for discussion if only more than 50% agrees. That would mean if we have like 49% of people still wanting to debate, we could just cut them off, and I don't think that is appropriate for GA.
Thank you. I believe I now have a comment from IPSF Switzerland.
The comment is actually not on this procedural motion, so I will have it later, if that's okay.
Okay. So I will continue to accept comments with regards to the procedural motion on the table right now. Unless there are none. KMPSV now, what is that? Yes.
Michiel, KMPSV the Netherlands. Wouldn't be another solution to just add an exception for example, for the procedural motions for the secret ballot, that for that one is the thing is 50%. Wouldn't that be possible as well? So if the EXCO, for example, would approve it.
James, you may respond.
So just to make sure I've got, yeah, so you're proposing amendment to which procedural motion? After,
So, point of information here, we are in the middle of a discussion regarding a procedural motion, so another procedural motion may not be proposed until we finish voting on this one. Okay.
I can withdraw a procedural motion, is that possible? Can I withdraw a procedural motion? Because I would like, if we can do this, what KMPSV actually suggested, I would like that, to just...
I'll double check, give you one moment. Okay, we've agreed that yes, you may withdraw a procedural motion. So is that what you're doing?
Yes.
Thank you very much. So we are now back in open discussion regarding this motion.
Do you want to propose the amendment or should I? Okay, then I would like to propose an amendment. And we can, like, if you agree, we should set a few points under the procedural motion which would still need a 2/3 majority. I think actually the 2/3 majority is there for a reason in regards to procedural motions. And for example, A, I would leave 2/3. B, also 2/3. C, also 2/3. I think most of the procedural motions we should actually leave at 2/3, and we should like just set exceptions. That's why I would propose to vote. Yeah, can we do that? Because basically, I want to remove the 50% proposal you did and just add it for one or two procedural motions, if you understand.
Okay, James, you may respond.
I think you can do this just as you said. So it'd be amendment to remove 7.2.7.2 points, the change to 7.2.7, and it'd also be amend the procedural motion. So 0.4.1.5.x to be a simple majority.
That sounds good. If you agree.
So that amendment is accepted by the proposer? If it's accepted by the proposer, it does not need a second.
As currently, the executive doesn't have a quorum, we cannot make a decision on that.
I do have a technical from SOP Denmark.
If you amend it, could you please specify which X in the motion, in the paragraph that you are going to refer to, just in order for the minute to be minuted and nothing to be misunderstood?
4.1.5.x.2, I think the second X.
As soon as I'm able to, I will take your comment, Eduardo. Is Ezra in the room? I can't take questions right now. We are one executive member short of quorum before we can accept the amendment and move on with proceedings. Apparently it's not mandatory.
There's nothing stated, but it's highly recommended. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
We accept the amendments.
Okay, so since it's accepted, the amendments will be incorporated. I'll now continue with the discussion. Eduardo, followed by subsequent.
Eduardo P. Portugal. So this amendment was to give simple majority to the second X, right? Yeah, so I think it should be to both of them, because if you want to reopen a discussion, if you have like 50% of the people wanting to reopen, it should be enough to reopen a discussion.
Was that a proposal to amend?
Okay, yeah.
Okay. Can I get Paran back to the stage? I have a technical from my subsequent.
Can we actually ask the always a quorum in the executive right now, because there are amendments coming up? Just stay there, please.
With the exception of bathroom break, I think we can approve that.
We accept the amendments.
Okay, I believe I would comment from us, Switzerland, then from Morty.
Actually, in regard to the first X, isn't that already included in the motion to challenge the chairperson's ruling, which is a procedural motion? I mean, we can still leave it because it clarifies on a specific topic, but I don't know.
James, you may respond.
The only thing here is that I see is in the motion to challenge the chairperson's ruling, it does state that it expects the chairperson to adapt his or her ruling. It doesn't mandate them to.
So that is clear. I have warranty first and KMPs with no ones that answers whatsoever.
So just clarification, it's just reopening the discussion, right? If you need 50% majority to reopen a discussion, and it's not 50% majority to reopen a motion or something passed by the GA.
It would only be to reopen a discussion that has been closed by the chairperson.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So lead line up Switzerland. Yes. Yeah. Nice.
I want to move on to point 6.2.2, and this is about the voting privileges. You're actually also removing the sentence where it says voting privileges shall be only when official delegates are physically present at the assembly. I think this is something we should actually keep. So we would propose an amendment to not include, we would propose an amendment to the motion to not include the change in 6.2.2. Or maybe the executive could come up with a good idea to change it, that we could still keep that voting rights are only, that we only have voting rights if people are actually physically present here.
We accept the amendment.
Okay. As that brings us to the 10-minute mark, I will take one additional comment from Portugal. Sorry, Portugal.
Eduardo, APF Portugal. I don't think we need that amendment because where was it? So, 6.2.3 says that full members are entitled to voting privileges, provided their official delegates are properly accredited and registered and present at the roll call at the beginning of the respective assembly session. So we're kind of repeating ourselves.
Okay, can I get a response from the EXCO? So it's not completely clear if a proposer can retroactively reject an amendment, but you are welcome to propose an amendment that is the opposite of the amendment that was just proposed. Is that acceptable to the executive committee? Is that acceptable to the GA? Can I get a motion, guys? So what's happened now is an amendment was previously proposed with regards to an issue of voting rights, that it may not have been properly defined. An amendment was put in. It was then clarified that it was believed to be properly defined and that that amendment may have been redundant. Since the amendment was already accepted, an additional amendment is being put forward to retroactively essentially retract this. The only thing stopping me right now is that I'm at the time limit, so I'll take it as long as it's brief.
Actually, if you remove this point, then people could propose motions even if they're not present in GA, and I don't think that would be in the interest of anyone here. So actually we think it is needed to stay and we should not remove it. So we are against the proposed amendment by IPSF. Because this is not about voting rights, this is actually about proposing motions, and also the motivation given is not really correct in my opinion. Like the origin proposal.
Okay, James, you may respond.
I believe there is a separate article that says if a proposer and seconder is not present when the motion is presented, then the motion is withdrawn.
Final comment, FF Portugal.
Eduardo Pef Portugal. Actually, this point is about voting privileges, so not about proposing motions.
Okay. So is everything clear, fine? Okay, so the proposal to amend the motion to its previous state has been accepted by the executive committee. And I think we're good. So at that point, I'm going to close discussion and we'll move on to voting on this motion. I'll put it back up on the screen. Yes. To sum everything up that's happened, I will give the floor to James.
Just to give clarification about what's just happened. So there was a discussion regarding the removal of this article of the standing orders. In terms of why it was originally removed is because the voting privileges shall include the right to propose and second, which is now no longer the case, as at the last General Assembly, MIA has received the right to propose motions. So this was removed. There was a comment regarding the voting privileges shall only be given when the official delegates are present at the Assembly. This amendment was accepted. And there was a comment that stated that that is in another article within the official documents, and that it wasn't necessary to add it twice. So that amended back to the original proposal. The reason that the original proposal can stand is because both these points are covered in separate articles. Is everyone with me? Thank you. Fantastic. So, I think we're ready to vote. Yes, so I have closed discussion at this point. We're well past the 10-minute mark. I'll read the motion for proceed. Motion 64, proposed by the Executive Committee. This is the 61st IPSF General Assembly, accepts and adopts the proposed changes to the standing orders. All those against this motion, please raise your voting cards high. Any abstentions? Motion carried unanimously. Thank you.
floor to Ron for a second.
I give the floor to Mike. Please don't turn off the mic.
Sorry. Michael, parliamentarian. I just want to say very quickly, because I don't want to eat up time. Being up here as the chairperson, I feel personally that it worked out pretty well this time around, and I'm glad that we made it permanent. And yeah, that's pretty much it. Okay, thanks. I give the floor back to Ron.
I give the chair back to Mike.
Thank you. So I think we're ready to proceed.
Can I just thank Ton Naps Australia for his donation to the development fund?
Okay, and with that being said, we're going to move ahead to some members' motions. I have a technical point of information, I guess, from last episode, Sylvie.
We already discussed the changes to the constitution.
Yep.
Oh. What was that? Okay. Point taken.
Thank you. So we have motion 65 proposed by IPSF Portugal, seconded by KMPSV in the Netherlands. Reads as such: this is the 61st IPSF General Assembly amends the domestic rules such that only one candidate may be nominated by the Regional Assembly for election of the regional chairperson by the General Assembly. For motivation, I'd like to give the floor to IPSF Portugal. Could I get a microphone to IPSF Portugal, please?
Eduardo IPSF Portugal. I will try to be clear in explaining our motivation for this motion. We think basically that our role as GA in evaluating an application from a candidate to a regional office should be more regarding his executive position and not regarding his work concerning the regional office. So we think that only one candidate should be presented to the GA, because the work that that candidate can have in the regional office should be assessed only by that by the members of that region. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. If they like, I can get additional motivation from KMPSV in the Netherlands. That's declined. So at this time, I will open the floor for discussion and take any comments if anybody likes. I have a comment from Lucas.
Lucas Moscovini. Eduardo, it's more about what if goes to the second round elections, then would it be okay to have them more than one nominee straight to the J?
IPSF Portugal.
Eduardo IPSF Portugal. Still, I think the problem is we, as people that do not belong to that region, have nothing to do with the work that the candidates will do. And we don't have the capability of evaluating their applications, so I think even in that case, only one candidate should be presented to the GA.
Thank you. I have a comment from KNPSV in the Netherlands withdrawn. I have a comment from Monty at the back. Keep your hand up, please.
The chairpersons of the particular regions are not just chairpersons of the regions, they're also part of the IPSF executive. And as IPSF executive, they are voting members, so they are voting on everything relevant to other regions as well. So I feel that the General Assembly has stake in their election and nomination. So, and also that some regions have very small memberships. So in that cases, for example, Paro, last year, they had only 3 full members. So the regional assembly is more of a small committee. So this should be more of a guidance than a rule, in my opinion.
Thank you. I have ASAP Switzerland followed by APAT Portugal.
Stefan Switzerland. I think the motivation given by APAT was confusing in regards because actually we believe the General Assembly should have the power to elect because of the points Multi pointed out, but this is not really the motivation for this motion. Basically, the motivation for this motion is that the regional assemblies should present only the best candidate to the GA. And then the GA can still decide on if we want that candidate or if we do not think the candidate is suitable for the executive committee. But the regional assembly should be clear which candidate it wants. That's, I think, the real motivation, if I'm correct, Eduardo.
Thank you very much. I had APAT Portugal next in speaking order.
APAT Portugal. Well, I said I wanted to be clear. That was what I was trying to say. So. Thank you, Stefan.
I have a comment from Veron.
Just to come back to Lucas's point of second round nominations, this means that just as a point of clarification information on how this affects procedure, this also means that a regional assembly has to be held before second round elections during World Congress, just so you are aware. Because if this is accepted, this means that an RA has to accept them, which again brings forth that you have to do it in the regional assembly and then do the election.
Thank you. I have a comment from KNPSV in the Netherlands.
Michiel, KNPSV Netherlands. But this article doesn't say anything about people, what I mean. There's only one person that can be nominated by the regional assembly, but there are other persons that are still eligible to also go for the call. But we think that the GA should just have the option to vote for the one that got nominated. But it's still possible for other people to submit to the call, but then probably they won't be elected because GA just thinks they should be earlier. They failed to be nominated by the regional assembly. So the possibility to react on the call and to be presented as an option is still there. But for the GA, it should be clear what the regional office has chosen.
Thank you very much. If needed, I may consult with the motions committee. ASAP Switzerland.
I think in that regard, if the General Assembly would reopen the call, there would be the need for regional assembly anyway. So I think this point for second round nomination does not have a lot to do with this motion, to be honest. If that's what the Netherlands wanted to say, right? This motion is independent of second round nomination, second round openings. So we would propose to close the floor for discussion and vote on this motion.
I'm back. So I have a comment from Lucas in response to that.
Lucas. Okay, I agree with you.
Maybe we would withdraw the procedural motion if the chair would close the floor for discussion, just to make this more efficient.
Okay, that's good, because I didn't even actually hear it. So, okay, withdrawn. We will continue discussion if there are additional comments. If not, I will close the floor for discussion. And we'll move on to a vote. So I'll read the motion in total once again. Motion 65, proposed by ALPA Portugal, seconded by KMPSV the Netherlands. This is the 61st IPSF General Assembly. Amends the domestic rules such that only one candidate may be nominated by the Regional Assembly for election of the regional chairperson by the General Assembly. All those opposed to this motion, please raise your voting cards high. Any abstentions? Motion is carried unanimously. Thank you. Okay, moving forward. Continuing member motions. Motion 66, proposed by ASAP Switzerland, seconded by KMPSV the Netherlands. This, the 61st IPSF General Assembly, mandates the Executive Committee to propose a motion to the 62nd General Assembly in regards to eligibility of membership applications already represented by a national organization. This shall be investigated by the Executive Committee and discussed with the contact persons. This motion shall not be reviewed. This motion shall be achieved prior to the 62nd General Assembly. Technical from ASAP Switzerland.
Actually, there's a typo because an essential part is missing. It should read the eligibility of membership applications by local associations already represented. By local association is missing in front of already.
I will consult with the motions committee.
No. I presented that motion, so it's actually missing. So you would have to add it now.
Yeah. Sorry, where should that be going in, Stefan? Where is that going to go?
In front of already. Membership applications by local association. The local association is missing. Like now it doesn't make any sense.
Yeah. Membership applications
By local associations.
Is the current wording acceptable?
Yes, I guess that's it. That's better.
Thank you. So I'll read it one more time. This is the 61st IPSF General Assembly mandates the Executive Committee to propose a motion to the 62nd General Assembly in regards to eligibility of membership applications by local associations already represented by a national organization. This shall be investigated by the Executive Committee and discussed with the contact persons. This motion shall not be reviewed. This motion shall be achieved prior to the 62nd General Assembly. For motivation, I give the floor to Councillor Switzerland. You have 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you. I think this is a very important motion because we saw in this GA that our membership application was rejected for the wrong reasons, in my opinion. We rejected a membership application not in regards to the real application, but in regards to technical issues, how we should represent. And I think this will happen more often in the upcoming years because more associations are getting aware of IPSF and may want to join. So we want the executive to work out rules on this regard and to have an outcome at the next GA. Because we think this is an important point which will be very relevant for the next years to come, because at some point the room in the GA will be not sufficient anymore with the rules we have now, and we want to give the executive time to work out these rules and also to discuss with the contact persons in regards to working out these rules.
Okay, KNPSB of the Netherlands may add additional motivation if they so choose.
Additional motivation from our side is that we think that if you're from a country that's already represented by our national association, you should go and talk with that national association, circumventing it and joining IPSF. We are not there to resolve national issues. That's the issue of the national association itself.
Thank you. At this time, I will open the floor for discussion. If there are any comments or questions from the General Assembly. Oh, I have a comment from Luca.
Luca, Chairperson of Internal Relations. Thank you for your proposal. We have discussed something similar this year within the Membership Promotion Committee because EPSA has similar regulations, and we agreed pretty unanimously that as IPSF and at this point of time we want to be inclusive rather than exclusive, which means that we would like to enable our students to be as well represented as possible and to have as good access to our projects as possible. We believed that at this point of time there is no trouble with the size of the GA. Our rules are very clear and our full membership access is very clear only to UN as representative nations. I'm very sorry that we had the issues with the Indian Association and this GA, but in general, other associations that joined were just to increase, they just wish to participate in IPSF more actively, and with they feel that with MIA membership they get that. Thank you.
Thank you, Luca. I think I can be in the Netherlands, also Caps Canada, then Lucas.
We were told, we also got an explanation from Lucas. Our first motion was actually to propose it at this GA, so this is only to investigate, to talk with the CPs about it and to get the general opinion of the GA, so the exec can propose a motion on the next GA. So that we want this investigated. That's our aim of the motion.
Thank you. Asad Switzerland, so comment, yes.
Exactly. I don't think we will go against what Lucas said with this motion. We actually want this issue resolved. We want to have a clear statement on how we should work with such applications. Because if we don't have a clear rule, then it will just be random decisions by the GA in the future, and we want to avoid that because it's actually discouraging for members, local associations applying for membership. So actually, I think this would actually help.
Caps Canada, followed by Lucas.
Alexander, Caps Canada. I don't know if it's just the wording, because at first I was thinking that you guys were wanting them to not be able to apply, but I understand now that it's just to discuss amongst the exact who's eligible to do this and that. So I think that is fair to have a year to kind of look at this and decide how to proceed in the future. I think it still is important to have those types of guidelines in place. So I think that this would be a good start.
Okay, I have Lucas followed by Monty.
Lucas Motion Committee about, okay, having more associations and have like a huge GA. I think even if you just accept national associations, we are going to have 100 associations in IPSF because we have 193 countries by the UN.
Is that a technical? Okay.
I think if you state opinions, then we should not address this as motion committee, but we should address this as Luca from CACIF Brazil or something like that, because it was a clear opinion and this was not.
If it's acceptable, I think we should amend that in the minutes. Okay. So I have a comment from Morty.
I wish to request full member association or the proposer to make a change in the motion which says that discuss not with the contact person only, but also the national executive, because in a lot of associations, the contact person is not an important position. So if you really want some responses, definitely the president and the secretary have to be included in the discussion. So comments, please.
Comment from IPSF Switzerland.
Stefan Switzerland, we will not change it in this regard for the following reason. We think that's a problem of the national association. If the contact person does not speak to the executive, I think the contact person should be in touch with the executive and national association. I don't know how this is done in IPSF, but we will not accept this change.
Thank you. Just to clarify, that wasn't individual members cannot propose amendments to motion. That was just gauging. So I have SOB Denmark, then I believe BPHE Germany.
Good, SOB Denmark, I would like to propose a motion to close the discussion.
Procedural motion to close discussion, seconded by KPSV in the Netherlands. Anybody opposed to closing discussion? Motion carried unanimously. Thank you very much. We'll now move on to the vote. Okay, so I'll read the motion one more time. Motion 66, proposer IPSF Switzerland, seconded by KPSV Netherlands. This, the 61st IPSF General Assembly, mandates the Executive Committee to propose a motion to the 62nd General Assembly in regards to eligibility of membership applications by local associations already represented by a national organization. This shall be investigated by the Executive Committee and discussed with the contact persons. This motion shall not be reviewed. This motion shall be achieved prior to the 62nd General Assembly. All those opposed to this motion, please raise your voting cards high. Any abstentions? Motion carried unanimously. Thank you very much. Okay. Moving along. Motion 67. Let me drop my phone. Proposer KNPSV the Netherlands, seconded by IPSF Portugal, reads as follows. This is the 61st General Assembly. Okay, there we go. We're just missing IPSF in the first sentence there. This 61st IPSF General Assembly mandates the IPSF Secretary General to release executive meeting reports to the contact persons prior to the corresponding executive meeting, separately from the executive committee minutes. This motion shall be achieved continuously. This motion shall be reviewed at the 62nd IPSF General Assembly for motivation.
Technical, it should be separately from the executive meeting minutes, not committee minutes.
Does the motion currently read correctly?
I believe so, yes.
Thank you. For motivation, I will give the floor to KNPSV, the Netherlands.
Michiel, KNPSV, the Netherlands. I think at this point in time, or at least this year, it was the fact that the minutes from the executive meetings were, the reports from the executive meetings were included within the minutes, and we should be able to read reports of people's work directly when they report it and not have to wait for when the minutes arrive. So just to make sure that CPs can directly give feedback on work and not have to wait 3 months.
Thank you. If they require it, of course, we'll hear. Okay. So no additional motion. At this time, I'll open the floor for discussion. I have a comment from James, Secretary General.
James White, Secretary General. If this is what the GA wants, then I'm more than happy to do that in the future. The only comment I would have is the reason we don't send reports out before is that they're not approved by the executive. So the reports that are sent are the approved reports that we vote on and approved during the meeting. The only issue would be that the reports that we sent out before will not be approved by the meeting. And so they wouldn't, we're not sure that there would be realistic expectation of what is being done because they haven't been approved. So the approval process, as we discussed here, ensures that the reports are a realistic expectation and summary of what's been done. And if they were released beforehand without being approved, we could the reports that you guys receive are what is going on.
Thank you, James. The floor remains open for any additional comments or questions. KNPSV, the Netherlands.
Michiel, KNPSV, the Netherlands. I agree with you, and how it is stated now, that is not possible because you have to release them before the executive meeting. So I would, let's see. I would propose an amendment to remove to the corresponding executive meeting and replace it with "and" the word. So to the corresponding executive meeting replaced by "and." So it would be and I think that together with and the comment.
Sorry, remove the comment.
I think that together with the motivation we give here will be enough for the section to know what he has to do and why he has to do it. I think. Do you agree?
Okay, I have agreement, and I have a technical assent from SOP Denmark. And then I will have a comment from EPSA.
Meta SOP Denmark, from out of context, seems to me like prior should also be deleted. Here, can you have an opinion on that? I'm not sure if I understand you correctly.
That's not a technical, but you were next to the speaking list, so I'm going to let that go. Since that was a question directed to KNPSV, the Netherlands, they may respond.
Why should it be deleted? We just wanted to be released before the minutes. So,
thank you. I now have EPSA.
So you actually mean that you want reports before minutes, because for me it's not clear from this motion. I would suggest that it might be good to actually set some deadline, because now when you deleted the prior to corresponding, it doesn't really tell what she actually wanted to achieve from it, I think.
Michiel Kempisch, Netherlands, so what you're saying we should, from your perspective, is that we should include a deadline in it. So, what I don't know, for the executive, for the executive, what would be a reasonable deadline to give us the finished reports?
Okay.
After the final day of the executive meeting.
Can I ask to clarify the intention behind this? Do you want the reports beforehand so that CPs can ask questions that are addressed during the executive meeting?
No, my main point is that we just want them earlier, like this year it was, they were released for example, in 2 minutes, very late. We just want them in an earlier point in time. So we can actually, our feedback has any point.
Can I put this at the end of my current speakers list? Because it's kind of getting out of control right now. I believe I've got ASAP Switzerland, then SOP Denmark. No? Okay, then I do have SOP Denmark.
Right, SOP Denmark could just be solved by adding when approved to the motion. So that will be sent to the contact persons when approved.
It looks like you stole somebody's thunder.
He stole Lawrence's thunder.
Okay. So
I would like to propose an amendment to add.
It looks like it has been accepted by the proposer, and the seconder, is that acceptable? Yes, not. Okay, so somebody tell me what I'm doing. Can I get confirmation that does read correctly? Yeah, the thumbs up. Seconder, thumbs up. Yeah, I already got it. Oh, proposer of the amendment, yes. Sure, okay. Do I have a comment or is it just a scratch? Okay, comment from ASAP Switzerland. Then K and PSV the Netherlands.
Want to close the floor for discussion?
Thank you. Seconded by K and PSV the Netherlands. All those opposed to closing the floor, carried unanimously. So now that the floor is closed, we will move on to voting. I'll read through the motion as it currently is worded. Motion number 67, proposed by K and PSV the Netherlands, seconded by IPSF Portugal. This is the 61st IPSF General Assembly, mandates the IPSF Secretary General to release executive meeting reports to the contact persons upon approval and separately from the executive meeting minutes. This motion shall be achieved continuously. This motion shall be reviewed at the 62nd IPSF General Assembly. The word separately is now separate. Just got to double check. Okay, so all those opposed to this motion, please raise your voting cards high. Any abstentions? Motion is carried unanimously. Thank you. Okay. Progressing forward. Motion 68, proposed by KNPSV in the Netherlands, seconded by Anna France. This 61st item. This is the 61st IPSF General Assembly, mandates the Executive Committee to notify contact persons about the aim of IPSF representation at external meetings or events. This motion shall be achieved continuously. This motion shall be reviewed prior to the 62nd IPSF General Assembly by the IPSF Executive Committee. For motivation, I give the floor to KNPSV in the Netherlands.
Michiel, KNPSV Netherlands. I think it's very important for IPSF executive members to realize why they go to meetings and also report this to contact persons. We did not specify in what manner they have to report this, so this could be through, for example, the monthly updates or through their reports or whatever they want, but just so that contact persons get notified the aim of IPSF representation at external meetings or events.
Anna France may provide additional support. No. In that case, I will open the floor for discussion and welcome any comments of Portugal.
Eduardo of Portugal. I totally agree with this motion because I think that throughout these 2 years I it was very hard to understand sometimes the purposes of the meetings. So I think that it's totally necessary to be more detailed on that aspect. So yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Comment from Anna France.
Mathieu and France. As a new CP since 1 month, it was difficult to understand the kind of meeting, why and for what. In France, we do the same. We need to explain to for the executive board. We need to explain to our members what we do.
Thank you. I will take any additional comments from the General Assembly. BPHD Germany.
Here's BPHD Germany, following up the conversations with the CPs. Via email, I definitely think this is a great motion because if the executive team does this work prior, they don't have to respond to all the big amount of emails we had during the last years. So this will save time and make the process more efficient.
Okay, so any additional comments? We'll close the floor for discussion and we'll move on to a vote. Read through it once more. Motion 68 proposed by KNPSV of the Netherlands, seconded by Anna France. This is 61st IPSF General Assembly, mandates the Executive Committee to notify contact persons about the aim of IPSF representation at external meetings or events. This motion shall be achieved continuously. This motion shall be reviewed prior to the 62nd IPSF General Assembly by the IPSF Executive Committee. All those opposed to this motion? Any abstentions? Motion is carried unanimously. Thank you very much. Okay, so moving forward, and I will just reiterate what I said at the beginning of today's session, that if we could please keep comments only to those that are absolutely necessary, it will help me out a lot. Thank you for your cooperation, and I have to change something once again. There we go. This, the 61st IPSF General Assembly, mandates the Executive Committee to investigate the possible penalties to the rejected annual reports presented and present in the following year at the IPSF General Assembly to be included in the official documents. Technical from me. Also Switzerland, is it all right if I change the wording to presented and to be presented? May I have confirmation that that wording is correct? Yes, BPHE Germany, is that okay with you? Okay, so moving forward, motion 69, proposed by IPSF Switzerland, seconded by BPHE Germany, reads as follows. This is the 61st IPSF General Assembly mandates the Executive Committee to investigate possible penalties to the rejected annual reports presented and to be presented in the following year at the IPSF General Assembly to be included in the official documents. For motivation, I give the floor to IPSF Switzerland.
I think this came up several times during this GA. We actually do not know what happens when a report is rejected, and therefore, like, the GA does not have any power to get back on people not doing their work, for example, or presenting a wrong report. So I think this is really something that is missing so far.
BPHE Germany, you may provide additional motivation if you so choose. Okay, we're all good. I will now open the floor for discussion. If there are any comments that are necessary, Bobs Bangladesh, followed by KMDSB, the Netherlands.
Saman Bobs Bangladesh. I think the motion is it's great because like this motion would actually create some sort of accountability of the executive committee as well as the corporate members, because like if we reject a report, then what next? Or like the executive committee members sometimes think that if our report is not accepted, then we actually have no sorts of implications whatsoever in the General Assembly or in the future in IPSF. So I think the GA should consider this motion, and I think this is a great motion to be presented in the GA. Thank you.
Thank you. I will have KMP speak in the Netherlands, followed by CAPSI Canada.
Here, KMP speak in the Netherlands. I have the idea that the wording is wrong because I have very much difficulty to understand it. I think you mean that you want to have presented next year the amendment, the outcome of this investigation. Yeah? So you should amend it anyway. So if I propose it, then it would be, this is the 61st IPSF General Assembly mandates the Executive Committee to investigate possible penalties to the rejected annual reports presented and are
CAPSI Canada.
Cassandra, CAPSI Canada. I understand what you're saying. I think it should read, should investigate the possible penalties to be applied to rejected annual reports and to have this presented at the 62nd IPSF General Assembly. This motion will be like revisited annually or something like that.
I'll get clarification from us at Switzerland and comment from APHA-ASB USA.
In Switzerland, actually, we want the outcomes of this investigation included in the official documents so that we would not have to review it every time again. So that's actually like, I know the wording is not correct, but if someone could propose a change in that direction, we just want basically we want to see a motions by the EXCO next year for a change in the official documents regarding this point.
I've got APJ, ASP USA, followed by CAPS Canada, followed by James.
So what about this? The 61st IPSF General Assembly mandates the Executive Committee to investigate possible penalties to the rejected annual reports presented at the current World Congress and to be presented in the following year at the IPSF General Assembly. That way, whatever Congress you're in currently is reflected, and then you know that you want it to be reported at the next World Congress. That way it applies year after year.
Okay, proposer, what do you think about that?
Not really, because we need to have it in the official documents, I believe, and if, like the wording we proposed does not include it in the official documents, and
Oh, I didn't mean to cut out the end. I just stopped where I was stopped the changes.
Okay, I'm gonna stop there, go to CAPS Canada.
Cassandra Caps Canada, I would recommend this, the 61st IPSF General Assembly mandates the Executive Committee to investigate the possible penalties to the rejected annual reports, not even to the rejected annual reports, just investigate possible penalties for rejected annual reports. This decision would then be presented at the 62nd IPSF General Assembly to be included in the official documents.
Okay, can I get emotion cards, especially for native English speaking members? Okay, so give me one moment.
Note 4, rejected reports.
Okay, proposer, does this sound right? Okay, original proposer, does this sound okay with you? PhD Germany, you like it? Great. Okay. The floor is still open. If there's any additional comments, otherwise I will close the floor for discussion and we'll move on to a vote of this motion. So I'll read the whole thing in its entirety. Motion 69. Proposer ASAP Switzerland, seconded by BPHD Germany. This is the 61st IPSF General Assembly mandates the Executive Committee to investigate possible penalties for rejected annual reports. The outcome will be presented to the 62nd IPSF General Assembly, and any required amendments to the official documents shall be proposed. All those opposed to this motion, please raise your voting cards high. Any abstentions? This motion is carried unanimously. Thank you. floor isn't open, but as long as it is brief, or,
It's just that breakfast was a long time ago, so maybe we should start considering having lunch.
I have another member motion to be discussed. I would kindly ask VPHG Germany if they would mind us considering the motion after lunch rather than before. That's okay. And SOB Denmark, you're okay with that? Thank you so much. Technical from SOB Denmark.
Yeah, apart from if lunch was ready or not, regarding the pictures supposed to be taken at 1 o'clock, it's just in order to coordinate our pauses, so our breaks, so we would have to break GA in the middle of a discussion.
Okay, we're just checking what other quick business we could get out of the way, and then we'll take that into consideration for it. I'm gonna say I was a little surprised this morning when I got here because they kept moving the tables forward every day. I thought there were gonna be people up on stage. Treasury jokes for the win. Yeah, I'll take your comment.
How many member motions do we still discuss? And by whom are they presented, and just give an
Sorry, yeah, I thought this was the final member motion, but we actually do have another one we can consider. Give me a second, I'll get it loaded up.
Yeah, can you also tell by who was presenting them? The motions?
Yeah. So the one we're tabling until after lunch was proposed by VPHG Germany, seconded by SOB Denmark.
The one we can take now is proposed by IPSF and seconded by Sudan. Because we believe we still have another motion and we don't want it to get forgotten.
Okay, I'll consult with the motions committee while, same thing. Okay, I'll consult with the motions committee, give me a moment. Okay, this one looks way worse than it is. It's actually pretty straightforward. All right. Motion 70, proposed by IPSF Iran, seconded by SPSF Sudan, reads as follows. This, the 61st IPSF General Assembly mandates the following changes to domestic rules. 11.6.4, suspension of privilege shall apply in the following cases. 1, unpaid membership fees shall lead to suspension of membership privileges with an exception, as described in Article 10 of the domestic rules. 11.6.5, if the organization does not pay their membership fees plus late fee by the 30th of June, the member organization shall, number 1, the member organization shall lose their voting privileges at the General Assembly and Regional Assembly of the same calendar year. Number 2, if the membership organization cannot pay their membership fee due to exception circumstances, right. Sorry, yeah. Okay, starting from the last change, 10.6.5 subsection 2, if the membership organization cannot pay their membership fee due to exceptional circumstances, extension for paying annual membership fees may be given based on the decision of the executive committee. The member organization shall not lose their voting privileges provided the membership fee is paid during the approved extension. This motion shall be achieved immediately. This motion should not be reviewed once it's been achieved.
The number of the second article, I think it's incorrect. It's, it says 10 point something, it's 11 point something.
Just verify.
Technical, Caps Canada.
Cassandra, Caps Canada, privileges in the last line is spelled incorrectly.
Yeah, I just corrected it.
Just to clarify, so they're two separate articles, they're not consecutive articles. So that's why one's 11 and that's why the other's 10.
Sorry, one other clarification. So the reason I added 11 the actual addition is to 10.6.5, but 11.6.4 also had to be changed as well, which is why I included it, because in that sentence it says with an exception. So that part was added, it had to be changed as well, otherwise they would just contradict each other. That's why they're both.
All right, so it may be, yeah, it's a bit difficult to tell from the screen, but the parts in question that have been changed are bolded and italicized. So I'll read through it one more time. This is the 61st IPSF General Assembly mandates the following changes to domestic rules. 11.6.4 suspension of privileges shall apply in the following cases. Number 1, unpaid membership fees shall lead to a suspension of membership privileges with an exception as described in Article 10 of the domestic rules. 10.6.5, if the organization does not pay their membership fee plus late fee by the 30th of June, A, the member organization shall lose their voting privileges at the General Assembly and Regional Assembly of the same calendar year. B, if the member organization cannot pay their membership fee due to exceptional circumstances, an extension for paying annual membership fees may be given based on the decision of the Executive Committee. The member organization shall not lose their voting privileges provided the membership fee is paid during the approved extension. Lucas.
Okay, just two changes here. Statutory circumstances, and in the Article 11.6.4 is not 1, it's 8.
Just for listening.
Okay. Can somebody tell me if it's wrong before I read it again? Cassie Canada.
Cassandra Caps Canada, sorry if I missed this, but did you mean to take out exceptional circumstances?
No, it was matched together, there's no space between them.
But it's not there anymore.
I did not. Okay, exceptional is back in. So, last time, motion 70, proposed by IPHSA Iran, seconded by SPSF Sudan. This is the 61st IPSF General Assembly mandates the following changes to the domestic rules. 11.6.4, suspension of privileges shall apply in the following cases. Number 1, that's what we had.
Let's take one more.
Okay. Motion 70, proposed by IPHSA Iran, seconded by SPSF Sudan. This is the 61st IPSF General Assembly mandates the following changes to domestic rules. 11.6.4, suspension of privileges shall apply in the following cases. A, unpaid membership fees shall lead to the suspension of membership privileges with an exception, and as described in Article 10 of the domestic rules. 10.6.5, if the organization does not pay membership fees plus late fee by the 30th of June, A, the member organization shall lose their voting privileges at the General Assembly and Regional Assembly of the same calendar year. B, if the membership organization cannot pay their membership fee due to exceptional circumstances, an extension for paying annual membership fees may be given based on this decision of the Executive Committee. The member organization shall not lose their voting privileges provided the membership fee is paid during the approved extension. This motion shall be achieved immediately. This motion shall not be reviewed once it has been achieved. For motivation, I will give the floor to IPHSA Iran. Thank you.
Yeah, you've sought your own. Well, as you might know, there are some countries that have problems transferring money to foreign countries. That's why we want them to be able to approach the executive committee what before the deadline and explain their problem, and if accepted, pay the fee by the extension given to them, which would probably mean to pay in cash in the World Congress.
Thank you very much. SPSF Sudan, you may provide an additional motivation. No, I'm good. In that case, I'll open the floor for discussion. If there are any comments. Yes, GPSA Ghana.
Jacob, GPSA Ghana. I would like you to share some exceptional circumstances because it's very broad and open. Thank you very much.
Comments, I believe BPHG Germany was first, unless that question was directed at anybody specifically. To the proposer? Okay, to IPHSA Iran.
I think we let the executive committee to decide whether the circumstances are acceptable and reasonable or not, but what we have in mind is the problems that are out of that country's hand, the problems that the students can solve them, like political problems and things.
Okay, and that was my mistake. It was actually KMPSV, the Netherlands, that was first, if they wish to comment.
Michiel, KMPSV Netherlands. Actually, I have a suggestion because voting privileges are granted at the General Assembly and Regional Assembly. Why can't we add that the exception should be approved by the GA? That's the question towards
as the circumstances don't change year by year, we want it not to be discussed in the GA because I think everyone is familiar with these problems and they already accept this. So I think there's no point to take the time of GA.
I have a comment from the Motions Committee.
In regards to that comment, I think it's at the discretion of the executive committee to decide whether or not the set reasons given are agreed or not. The only thing, the GA can't decide it, that has already been approved, so that is a separate issue to whether they get voting privileges or not. Did that clarify things? Yeah.
Okay, do I still have a comment? BPHG Germany?
Chris, BPHG Germany, I would like to have clarification from IPSA Iran. As you stated, and I understood, you want to have the payment done maybe in cash on the Congress. Therefore, I would kindly ask you to maybe include that because I think an association should not be given voting rights if they haven't paid until the Congress or on arrival on the Congress.
I have a comment from the Motions Committee.
Okay, so the reason why we didn't want to include in cash at the Congress, despite the fact that the majority of the associations do take that option, is because this is to be included in the official documents. So we do want to have a generalized statement because just in case there's another situation where there's another viable payment option, we don't want to keep changing the official documents. So that's why we've just kept it as an extension, and it's at the discretion of the executive committee to decide what that payment option will be.
I do have to keep going with the speaking list. Can I put you on the list? Yeah, okay. JPSA Jordan was next. I'll remind everybody that we gotta go to lunch soon.
Thank you. My name is JPSA Jordan. Actually, I couldn't agree more because sometimes, like certain issues, they have been
discussed with the treasurer, and I think that the executive committee are the best people to address if it's acceptable or not, because even the political and the financial status could change. So if they're following up with the association and they have granted them an extension, it should be approved without the approval of the GA, as long as this association have been committed to abide by whatever the agreement was. Thank you.
Have APREC Algeria, followed by LPSA Lebanon.
Hashim Arabic Algeria. I think this motion is for something that should be mentioned, especially that a lot of countries have this problem. So I think that we should let the executive committee choose either it's debatable in the General Assembly or not, to give an extension, to give the voting rights to the country. So first it starts by the executive committee, then it goes to the General Assembly if the executive committee is so. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, can we get a clarification on that? Was that the approval of voting rights is subject to approval by the General Assembly?
First of all, it should pass by the exceptional circumstances. It should first pass by the executive committee, discussed by the executive committee. If it's approved, they may have an extension. If not, they should pass it to the General Assembly for the voting rights. I think it should be this.
Okay, I think we're still not clear on it. Okay, so are you saying that if the executive committee cannot reach a finalized decision on the exceptional circumstances, it would then proceed to the GA for approval? LPSA Lebanon, followed by Morty.
IPSA Lebanon. If the executive committee agrees on extending deadlines with no consequences on voting rights, can then the General Assembly during the Assembly reconsider against such decisions and exempt the country from voting? Can they reverse such decisions, or they are final decisions?
Okay, sorry, if you will direct the question to James for an answer.
The General Assembly has the power to overrule any decision made by the executive. This would be included. The General Assembly has the final say in all decisions. So if there was a situation where the executive believed that there was exceptional circumstances, that the GA disagreed, then they would be able to reverse the decision, yes.
Thank you, James. So we have just hit the 10-minute mark on discussion. So I think I'll take one more comment and then go from there. Morty, you have the final comment.
I think what, I don't know, I think from Algeria, what he was trying to say is that if the executive committee says, doesn't give the exception, doesn't give the extension, I think he's requesting for a right to petition before the GA so that they could be granted voting rights in case the executive committee believes it's not an exceptional circumstance, but the GA has believe otherwise. I think that's what he's trying to say, just for clarity.
Okay, I think we're gonna leave it there. So can I get a motion? Okay, can I get a motion cards on me closing the discussion right now. Green if you're okay with it, red if you're not. Everybody with motion cards, please. Okay, since BPH Germany, K, and PSV are next on the list, I will allow them. But please keep it brief and relevant, guys.
Chris, PhD Germany, just for clarification, I don't care about the way you do the payment. My point was that I want the payment at least until the opening of the GA. Because if you're not paying until the opening of GA, in my opinion, you're not be able to grant voting rights. And if we have this problem with do the bank transfer, it should be okay for them.
Okay, is it all right if I direct that question at the executive committee and get a response? Thank you. James, you may respond.
My biggest issue with that would be those who delegated their votes and are not president of Congress. And additionally, if the treasury is not available for payment, that's possible. Additionally, in a situation where a member country could not give the fees by bank transfer, where in some countries that is not possible at all, and then they were not going to be present at the World Congress, but still delegated their vote, that if we put the restriction like that, it means they would not be granted voting rights, even though they would be trying to get paid.
K and PSV in the Netherlands.
Michiel, K and PSV Netherlands. I think, my opinion, you can just keep it exactly the same, but change it to the 30th of June and in by the first day of the General Assembly. Is that possible? Is it possible?
Are you asking the treasurer? Because he can respond if you are. Yes. Lawrence, yeah.
So just extensions to that, and then keep the rest the same, so exceptions are still possible if you want that. I believe that would change the motion, because you're now adding a different deadline plus exceptions. Furthermore, the regional assemblies where people also have voting rights are also need to be considered in this case.
Thank you. So I am going to close the discussion there. And we'll move on to voting. Motion reads once again. Motion 70, proposal IPHSA Iran, second SPSF Sudan. This is first IPSF General Settlement mandates the following changes to domestic rules 1.3.4. Suspension of privileges that shall apply in the following cases. A, unpaid membership fee shall be paid. Shall lead to suspension of membership privileges with an exception as described in Article 10 of the domestic rules 10.6.5. The organization does not pay the membership fees plus late fees by the 30th of June. A, the member organization shall lose the voting privileges of the general settlement, regional settlement, same calendar year. B, if the membership organization cannot pay the membership fee due to exception of circumstances, extension for paying annual membership fees may be given based on the decision of the executive committee. The member organization shall not lose the voting privileges provided the membership fee is paid and means the approved extension. This shall be achieved immediately. This motion shall not be reviewed once it's been achieved. All those opposed to this motion, please raise your voting cards high. It's not a vote back there, but any abstentions? This motion is carried unanimously. Thank you. I don't know about you guys, but I think we earned some lunch. Is that a procedural motion to suspend standing orders by NAPS Australia, second debate off of Austria? All those opposed to suspending standing orders, carried unanimously. I will now turn it over to James for formal roll call.
Councillor Australia from Austria, Councillor Canada from Austria,
Cyprus, Croatia, the Czech Republic, Sweden, IPSF, Egypt, Finland, and France, PhD Germany, GPSA Ghana, and the ISF India, Ismail Indonesia, IPSA Iran, IPSF Japan, JPSA Jordan, and IPSA Malaysia, KPSV the Netherlands,
And Nigeria, white people, and Cooks are Hungary, delegated to white people, and IPF Portugal, and Free Spain, delegated to IPF Portugal. Then we had SPSA Slovakia, Slovenia, SNAP Sweden, ASET Switzerland, TPAYC Turkey, IPSA United Kingdom, APHA to the United States, we got Costa Rica delegate to APHA to the United States. And that's all. Oh, and ZPSA Zimbabwe, and I'll want to delegate to ZPSA Zimbabwe. Go enjoy lunch, guys. Just a reminder, they will be taking the photo here at 1 p.m. So if you're going to go grab some lunch, do quickly and come back and we'll take the photo. What time do you come back?
Lunch will finish at 1:15. Half an hour break. Oh, okay, fine with me, let's say 1:30 then. Happy? Okay, good. You get extra lunch time. So guys, again, I repeat, you need to be here at 1 o'clock for the commerce photo. You will have lunch, you can have lunch until 1:30. Please be back so that we can move on with the reports of the chairpersons who are not present here.
Guys, just one more announcement from the RC. With your security deposit, you'll need the slip that you were given at the start of the Congress. There was a slip you were given when you paid your security deposit. To get your security deposit back, you'll need that slip.
If anyone locates
Or up to the balcony if you want. Official delegates, please sit at your own seats. We're going to start in 60 seconds. Roll call is in 60 seconds. If you're not at your table, you don't get your vote. All official delegates to their own tables, please. Technical for me, 60 seconds was apparently dependent on James's computer's speed. Okay, I'm going to give it over to James for the roll call. Next for Australia, Austria, KFC Canada, and for Argentina delegates, KFC Canada, CPSA Croatia, CZPSA Czech Republic, SFP Denmark, IPSF Egypt, IPSF Finland, ANF France, KPH3 Germany, GPSA Ghana, IPSF India, ISMA-FASI Indonesia, IFSA Iran, APS Japan, KPSA Jordan not present, KPSA Kenya, KPSA Kenya, SAPSF South Africa delegate to KPSA Kenya, KNS Republic of Korea not present, IPSA Malaysia, KNPSB the Netherlands, KNS Nigeria, YP Poland, and IPSA Hungary delegate to YP Poland, UPF Portugal and FIG Spain delegate to UPF Portugal, FASFA Romania, NATSA Serbia, NUSPS Singapore, SPSA Slovakia, SHISA Slovenia, SPSF Sudan, SNAP Sweden, ASIT Switzerland, ASUT Thailand, ASET Tunisia, and ASIT Algeria delegate to ATEC Tunisia, GPAYC Turkey, BPSA United Kingdom, APHA ASB United States, and Costa Rica delegate to APHA ASB United States, and ZPSA Zimbabwe, and RPSA Rwanda delegate to ZPSA Zimbabwe. We have 42 member countries present and voting. Fantastic. So, can I ask that the doors remain closed when people aren't actively using them? Okay, just to reiterate my initial, already guys, okay. Just to reiterate my initial talk from this morning, we do have a lot of agenda points to get through, not much time, so I'm going to be closely monitoring everything. 10-minute discussions, 1 minute per question or answer. Okay. Okay, so yeah, 10-minute discussions, 1 minute per speaker, and 1 point per speaker. YP Poland has made a procedure motion to resume the standing orders, seconded by IPSA Malaysia. All those opposed to resuming the standing orders, carried unanimously. Thank you very much. Since we have them available right now, I think we're going to do the reports of external relations and student exchange. Just need to connect on Skype. While we're arranging the slides, I'd like to give the floor to Snap Sweden, I think. Did you have an announcement? Not yet? Not yet, okay. You can do it now, we have time. Well, no, I meant like, you can let people know when it's gonna be.
Hi, welcome to Snap Sweden. I got my luggage yesterday, and I'm very happy for that. Unfortunately, you didn't get any traditional Swedish food or drinks under the international night, so I would like to serve them for you today, on the last day. And it would be alcohol-free drink, and some bread. We call the knäckebröd, kesenbröd. So you will get them on the next break, coffee break. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Snap Sweden. Okay. Oh, hang on. The wrong one. Okay, so motion's up on screen. Motion 72, proposed by the Executive Committee. This is the 61st IPSF General Assembly. Accepts and adopts the report of the chairperson of external relations, 2014 to 2015. For a 3-minute motivation, I will give the floor to Hyderabad via Skype. Technical support, please, sound. Technical support. Can we get sound?
One, two, Roger, Roger. Okay. Oh. Okay. Is there any way that I can see the TA? Or no. Oh. Okay, thanks. Hi. James is so new. Yes, so. Yes, it's very easy. So I wanted to start by apologizing. My report a bit later than it was expected, but nevertheless, I hope that you all had a chance to read it. And as you may have
known from the report, it was a very busy year, and I think a good one for the external portfolio. A lot of new partnerships were made this year, and I think that's going to be really good for the future of the federation. Not only in the professional partners, but also the students' associations. Yes, I want questions.
Okay, so I will now open the floor for questions. Do you have any questions or comments from the GA or Philip? If not, I will close the floor for questions and we'll go on to voting. Motion 72 once again reads, this is the 61st IPSF General Assembly accepts and adopts report of the Chairperson of External Relations 2014-2015. All those opposed to this motion? Any abstentions? Motion is carried unanimously. Thank you very much. Thank you, Philippa. Okay, so next all right, next up we have motion 73 proposed by the Executive Committee. This is the 61st IPSF General Assembly accepts and adopts the report of the Chairperson of Student Exchange 2014-2015. I believe I have Ahmed on Skype. Almost. I almost have him on Skype. Hey, Ahmed, there we go.
Do I need to narrate it, or it's already okay? Hello, guys. Hey, how are you? Okay, so shall I start now? Okay, first, apologies for not being able to be with you. I just received my passport like 10 minutes ago. So it's late, but better than ever. So a year ago when we presented the candidature for IPSF, we had the plan summarized in 4 main letters, I, P, S, and D. I is to integrate, P is to promote, A is to support the second stage, and D to document. Through the year, we removed the D and replaced it with F, which is founding or creating foundation for SEP. So integrate is to see SEP as a cornerstone in building IPSF, to use the experience gained by the students to build their association. So it's not that they're going for 1 month and it's done. There's a whole procedure for them after they come back. From our side, as IPSF, we started by providing some support for the students, creating database videos, explaining all the major problems that we faced this year. We did the way so it would be avoided next year and it would save much time. We created the IPSF travel guide to show, like, to give some advice for the students prior to their traveling. And last, we created the self-evaluation form, which would generalize all the SEOs, which will give the SEOs feedback on the experience of their students. To promote, this year, the later concern with promotion, we had a lot of platforms sharing what SEP is about, explaining like the food in each country, to visit, So when I checked the Instagram like 2 days ago, we had 4 main contests. One is for food, we got like 109 posts. One for exploring places, it was 820, for music, 76 songs, and the most famous one was the Explore the World, by the 1000. What else did we do? Okay, to support SEOs, we had each month best SEO in the month. And support sec, we divided for each sec member 8 or 9 countries to be supervising them, which is crucial for them to get basic experience and how to lead small groups. So when one of them is the next chairperson is able, like any one of them, Bianca is the next chairperson, I go for her all the life. Just 1 minute, I just want to focus on the major issue that we face this year is communication. I guess Bianca made it clear next year how we're going to improve communication, because in our year, just some emails and presentation and SEOs fail. However, we need to have like a monthly meeting with SEOs to share with them and to listen to them. I don't know if you have any questions I can clarify more. But this is time. I'm so sorry for not being here. Thanks for the expo for their support. I'm sorry for failing them, not being with them, but that's life. I'm so sorry. Okay.
I will now open the floor for questions. I have KMPSV in the Netherlands.
Michiel, KMPSV Netherlands. I want to congratulate you on your report. And, I think you did a good job. I liked it very much that you last year had the Big Sister program for us to have someone that we can always talk to about our problems. And I think it worked very well. Oh yeah, I saw you were really active on Facebook, and I want to give you 1 point of feedback, because one time I experienced that you posted something about SEOs meetings on Facebook and you didn't send it via SEO mail. So I only found out via Facebook, and I think that kind of things are that important that they should be they should be at least communicated over email. So you should be a little bit more how do you say it? Professional. Like use the official ways of communication for official things. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, if this happened, like normally I used to send both on email and Facebook. If this happened for 1 or 2 instances, this is a mistake from my side. I apologize for that. I think that we need to use both of them. Like being social is not the solution, because we're not a real professional federation. We have our professional mindset, we have our professional attitude, but after all, we're doing this voluntary work. So we need to balance between like informing on email and posting on Facebook and monitoring the Skype meetings through the
Yes. Are there any other questions or comments for Ahmed? Yes, Satap Tunisia.
Mariam at Tunisia. First, I would like to congratulate Mr. Ahmed for the great work done. And I was following the work of SEP this year, whether on Instagram or on Facebook. And I would like to ask him about his recommendations for the next chairperson of Student Exchange. Thank you.
Yeah, I think. I started a handover with the whole SEC committee. They all read my report, and I asked them for recommendation for the future. The one who sent the most recommendation was Bianca. Actually, she sent all recommendations about communication, which is the major issue that we're facing in SEP. So I recommend that we commit to having a monthly SEO meeting, which could be like for 1 hour. We use the Skype to speak. We don't type those sites waste a lot of time. I recommend that we keep the platform that we started for promotion. I recommend more involvement of SEC in the work. I recommend that we work in subgroups, like creating working group for media, working group for internal, like the United Nations. Whenever there's a crisis, they start dividing the cluster. We can work in the same attitude. I will be in the SEC next year. By default, I'm a SEC member. I hope I'll be a helpful SEC member for the next year person. She will receive all the support during the year. And luckily, I will be moving to Europe like a month from now, and I'll be close to the headquarters of IPSF, so I can be going and coming. Sorry. Okay.
Next up, I think I had APHA ASP, United States of America.
Hey, Amanda, APHA ASP, United States. Ahmed, thank you for all your hard work this year, for all the help that you gave me throughout the year for SEP. I just wanted to see what your plans were to work with Bianca to sort of change the way that we have SEO meetings. Talking to a lot of other SEOs here, we felt like the text meetings through Skype probably weren't the most efficient way for us to have meetings. And so if you have any thoughts on how we can change those for the upcoming year, that would be great.
Thank you.
Yeah, as I just said, we tried this like really having a Skype meeting at SEO. It was just for the World Congress. We used to have the Skype meeting through Type Teams before, which took a lot of time. But when we had like 2 meetings before the Congress, it was just 1 hour, and we discussed everything. We clarified a lot of things. It's always positive to get feedback from the SEO. I believe from my side, like we've been doing a lot of deals for communication. We've been sending like digest. We send every month. We have sent digest. Let's try with the Skype. I guess that's what only was missing for us. And let's go to learn. Maybe other initiatives come through the way. But for now, that's all I have in mind. Skype meeting, keeping digest, posting formally and informally for SEO.
Did I have one from LPSA Lebanon?
Roland, LPSA Lebanon. I just want to say thank you to Ahmed this year. It's our first year with SEP, and he was such a great help. Even when I don't ask him something, every month he contacted me, are you okay, do you need anything? So I really want to thank him for that, for his availability and his great work.
Thank you, Roland.
Okay, floor is still open. Are there any other comments or questions? If not, I will close the floor for discussion and we'll move on to a vote. I'll read the motion once again. Motion 73, proposed by the Executive Committee. This, the 61st IPSF General Assembly, accepts and adopts the report of the Chairperson of Student Exchange 2014-2015. All those opposed to this motion? Any abstentions? The motion is carried unanimously. Thank you very much.
Thank you, guys. Thank you. Yeah, I hope you enjoyed your best 10 days in the year. It feels so bad not being with you guys. You look so lovely. IPSF. I've been working at IPSF for 5 years for now, since 2010. it was always the place I escaped from real life troubles and struggle. You know, real life is kind of cruel. People fight for money. You do your work for a good work, and this is like the greatest motive one can have. I never had a feeling that I'm working or doing an extra duty. It was something I've been doing so happily. Thanks for those who trusted me last year and gave me the chance to present something for IPSF. I appreciate a lot. Thanks for who doubted me because they gave me like I wasn't a challenge and I have to prove myself. Thanks for what you did. Viva IPSF, viva la pharmacy. See you in Zimbabwe or somewhere around the corner. Bye bye.
Okay, I'll just take that slide. Yes, can I get her onto the stage? Okay, so moving right along. Okay, so we're back to member motions. I'm going to read this one out. Motion 74, proposed by PhD Germany, second by SOP Denmark. This is the 61st. Hang on. This is the 61st IPSF General Assembly mandates IPASF to submit an incident report from the 61st IPSF World Congress to be reviewed by the 61st IPSF Executive Committee before the 1st of October 2015. The report shall be voted on by contact persons prior to Executive Meeting 2 in 2016. If this is not received or approved, IPASF will not be granted voting rights and lose their set quota until the end of the 64th IPSF World Congress. Approval will be based on transparency of the self-reflection, finances, and incidents regarding the 61st IPSF World Congress 2015. For motivation, I will give the floor to PhD Germany. They have 3 minutes.
Chris, PhD Germany, thank you for presenting this motion to the General Assembly to share our motivation for this motion with all of you. You experienced the last day, and unfortunately that is an outstanding experience for all of us so far. And to be able to learn out of these circumstances and incidents, we strongly believe that we need an incidents report on all these matters, since we so far already accepted the report of the chairperson, and we don't want to have it in the report. We want to have a separate document which can also be shown to other future RCs. This is important to have this incident report. Furthermore, since we had last year the issue with the people from France, where we also agreed on having an incidents report, we strongly feel we need that. To ensure that we receive the report on time and that we at least receive a report, we want to have this punishment with losing voting rights and also losing the set quota for the whole IPASF.
Okay, if they choose SOP Denmark can provide additional motivation, they do not. In this case, I will open the floor for discussion. I have GPSA, sorry, I have CAPSI Canada followed by GPSA Ghana.
Cassandra, CAPSI Canada. I agree that an incident report should be prepared. And I'm happy that you included at the end what it would be including, because before it gets to that, it seems very vague as to what you're talking about. So I don't know if we would want to change the wording to include that at the beginning, just so it's more clear. But I just wanted some clarification as to how you decided on the 64th IPSF World Congress. Thanks.
BPH Germany may respond to that.
Chris, PhD Germany, at the beginning, the original wording of the motion was that they will lose the voting rights and the set quota until it is approved and received. So it would be an ongoing process. after talking to the motions committee, we together with SAP Denmark agreed on that a time frame of 3 years should be enough, and it should be achievable.
Thank you. I will move on with the question list. GPSA Ghana, you were next.
Jacob, GPSA Ghana. I agree with the incident report about the punishment for if it's not received or approved. I think they should revise it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chris. You may, or BPHG Germany may respond.
Actually, I strongly believe that we need a force inside of a motion to ensure that this report is received and that this motion will be done at the end. We already so far stated at several points our experience with Hoops Hungary we had within EPSA, and there at the beginning we didn't have the punishment and nothing happened, and that was a really big issue.
Just read through the whole list. I have CAPS Canada, IPSF, LPSA, James, and then SOP Denmark. CAPS Canada.
Cassandra, CAPS Canada. I don't agree with the 3-year process. Some of this was out of like IPSF's control, especially with regards to the staff entering rooms since they weren't informed. Also, based off of last year, setting precedents with the delegation from France, they are here with voting rights, and there was no stipulation with that. So if we wanted to kind of stay more with precedents, I don't believe that they shouldn't have voting rights for 3 years. I would suggest something similar, and I know this is your proposition, but for the General Assembly, to have it changed to have something similar, that only official delegates can attend events in the next X amount of years, because I feel that while some
Sorry,
of
Ms.
it...
Andrew, I have to cut you off there. That's 1 minute. EPHD Germany may respond to that.
Chris, BPHD Germany, thank you for your concerns shared with us. Actually, the things happened last year with France were things that were done by individual persons. That was nothing that was done by a whole association. The Congress is hosted by the whole association, by IPSF India. So therefore, I still will stick to the procedure stated in the motion, because it's not individuals, it's the association. And I agree that the stuffing is not something that was in the hand of IPSF, but it doesn't offend the incidents report. The incidents report has to be done, so that's not a point that has, I'm missing the words, I'm sorry.
Okay, next up on the list was IPASF.
IPSF. I'd really like to ask what all is needed in the report exactly.
Yeah, BPHD Germany, you may respond.
Chris, BPHD Germany, as stated in the motion, we want to have a self-reflection of the issues occurred, of the main issues. That should be clear what happened so far, the organizing of the social program, the organizing of the booklet, the thing with IPA, that we have a feeling that it's not a student congress, that it is used for promotion of a profession within India, then the finances, and it's mainly in the motion. It stands at the last line.
Okay, just a reminder, I can't take direct comments, so anybody else will be added to the bottom of the list. And if you are looking for a question, just direct your attention to James, because I'm focusing on LPSA Lebanon, followed by James.
I do agree with the incidents report. I just think that with completely eliminating their SEP quota for 3 years is a bit hard. I mean, the members, a lot of members weren't in the Congress, and I feel like they should be able to leave and be included in the SEP. I maybe decreasing it by half, but completely not including them, it's a bit unfair.
BPHG Germany, you may respond if you like.
Chris, BPHG Germany, I understand your concern. Nevertheless, this punishment is something to ensure that it's done. And to be honest, the only way to ensure for an association to do things is to get their members involved. Because when you harm their members, they will go to the executive and make sure that they do the stuff they have to do. I'm sorry.
Next, I had a comment from James.
I do have a personal comment that I'd like to make, but I'd like to know if the chair would accept that, knowing there is the motion on force. I will step off the stage and walk to the side, so I'm not correct. This will not be representative of the IPSF executive committees, but I feel I really would like to make a comment on this, if that's all right. All right. So, James White, NASA Australia. I worry when we start to think about voting rights and removing voting rights. IPSF is a representative organisation, and when we start to say that we are not allowing people to be represented, I think that's a very dangerous precedent to set. Additionally, I think when we talk about issues like this, the punishment should match the crime. And I think removing voting rights for something that happened for an event is maybe a bit of a mismatch, and maybe if there is to be a punishment, it should be more focused on events. Thank you.
Thank you, James. BPHG Germany, you may respond.
Chris, BPHG Germany, thank you, James, for your comment. I understand your concerns. Just to address the point with representing, all our MIAs don't have voting rights, but they can represent the country, they can represent their members by speaking up, by addressing the GA. And one vote in the end, to be honest, doesn't really count. I'm sorry to say so, but the thing is, you have to state your opinion, and they can still do it.
Okay. SOP Denmark, followed by KMPSV the Netherlands.
Med SOP Denmark. The punishment is mostly because we also like to really have this report made. Because a lot of people, we've experienced ourselves in the GA for the last couple of days, there's been a lot of complaining about the way this Congress has been held. And the consequences are to ensure that we actually get this incident report, because it has so huge consequences for the IPSF organization. We would like to have this clarified, what has been happening, in order for it never ever to happen again.
All right, so BPHG Germany, followed by IPSF Switzerland.
Chris, BPHG Germany, to add to the comment from SOP Denmark, this punishment is really just to ensure that we receive this report on time. Since out of the comment from the delegates from IPSF, as I understood correctly, you already agree that you would do this report, and I don't see an issue in doing it until October. Actually, I think that's enough time to write this report, to hand it in and get it approved by CPs. And also, I would like to ask Katarzyna Swiderek, EFSA president, to share the experience from Hoops Hungary, because that's mainly the cause why we wanted to have a punishment.
The question was directed to the EPSA president, so she may respond.
Katarzyna, Mr. President, if you request it, I can share it if it's relevant, if you think it's relevant for this discussion. So our annual Congress in 2014 was hosted by UPSA Hungary, and due to like some problems with the venue of the educational program, the Congress needed to be moved, like the educational program needed to be moved to the hotel. And due to that, we as EPSAL made a loan to UPSA Hungary with an amount of 9,000 euros. That was supposed to be paid back because they were supposed to like receive sponsorship. But in the end, they didn't, and they didn't pay back at all. And at the Autumn Assembly in Hradec Králové, Czech Republic, there was a huge discussion because, well, I mean, 9,000 euros, it's quite a substantial amount of money. So the measures that were there then taken and agreed, the members like agreed about that, was
Sorry, I have to cut you off there, that's 1 minute.
Basically, they didn't get really the sense, but sorry.
At this point, we have breached the 10-minute mark, but if the GA would like, I will extend the time period. Can I get a motion cards if we feel like we need to discuss it more? Red if you feel like we've talked about it enough. I do see mostly green. I will extend the time for discussion, but what I'd like to do is do so in a sustainable way. I'm going to give another 8 minutes. If after 8 minutes we feel like we haven't spoken enough, I'm going to give 6, then 4, then 2. So after a total of 20 minutes, I will end the discussion there because we cannot spend a whole day talking about this. Thank you. So give me 1 moment and I'll put another 8 minutes. IPSF Switzerland, followed by JPSA Jordan.
Stefan, Switzerland, actually I want to focus the discussion because in my opinion we are not voting on a punishment. We are voting on requesting a report. We are not at all voting on a punishment here. Because if they submit the report, there is no punishment whatsoever. That is merely an incentive for submitting the report. Also, we wanted to get for the French situation last time. We also agreed that this is a completely different situation.
Sorry, I had to let me in. That was one talking point. Thank you. Next up was JPSA Jordan, I believe.
Thanks, JPSA Jordan. I do agree that we have some incidents, and I think we have discussed our opinion, and we have voted for the budget, and we have voted for the report. We still want the report, but I think having such a penalty is too much because by the end of this term they will have new board, some new members, and it's unfair for them to not participate in the SEP, and also for the GA for 3 years, because by 3 years it will be just dead for them not to participate. So I think we should just make this less like for next GA. That's it. Thank you.
Okay, VPHE Germany, you may respond.
Is that a proposal from you, or just to clarify?
It's a proposal, actually.
Okay, can I respond first?
No. Could you clearly state your proposal?
Okay. My proposal is to change the time from the 64th till the 62nd.
Okay, so if I may, you're proposing an amendment that changes the time frame from the 64th IPSF World Congress to the 62nd IPSF World Congress.
Yes, but I have a technical. I don't have my voting right. Am I obliged to make a suggestion?
I believe so, but I will have the motions committee double check. Thank you for your honesty.
Okay, thank you.
At this point, I will consult BPHE Germany if they accept this amendment and they may comment on it.
We do not, but I would like to to address this point and come up with a proposal myself, because I think the only issue is the 3-year stuff. I would like to propose to amend the motion to not be granted voting rights and lose their set quota until the end of the 64th IPSF World Congress, or until approval prior. So if it's handed in and it's approved prior to the 64th, they get it immediately back. And I think that should be okay.
Okay, at this point, I'll take that as a rejection of the amendment and a comment on it. I will now ask JPSA Jordan if after that comment you want to retract your amendment and wait for them to make another amendment, or if you would like yours to stand, at which point we, the GA, would then vote on the amendment. Is everybody clear about what's happening here? Can I get a motion cards? Okay, I think I see what's happening here. If an amendment is rejected by the proposer, it then goes to the GA for approval. The proposer does not have to agree to an amendment for it to happen, but it has to be approved by the GA if not. Is that clear to everybody? Yes, and so if the amendment goes to the GA, it does have to be discussed. I have a technical from KMPSV. Okay, thank you. Okay, JPSA Jordan.
Ms. JPSA Jordan, actually I want to keep it because I think if they haven't submitted the report this year, it will never be submitted because all the people will be just. Thank you.
Okay, so the amendment is now standing. It has been declined by the proposer. Okay, so I need a seconder for the amendment proposed by JPSA Jordan. IPSF Egypt. So, we'll now go to discussion on the amendment. This is going to be a subsection of the speaker list, so this is going to be separate. Once this amendment is resolved, we'll go back to the original speakers list. CAPSI Canada, followed by KMPSV, the Netherlands, followed by SNAP Sweden.
Sandra, CAPSI Canada. If we're not having this being submitted until October 2015, then we need to talk about it and approve it by 2016. So having it be the 62nd World Congress doesn't really have any time for a penalty because it wouldn't even reach approval before that Congress. So if it was not received and not approved, then there would be no issue because they still would not have a penalty. So I do not agree with this amendment.
Technical for me, at any point I will allow the amendment to be withdrawn to save time. I'll continue with the speakers list, KMPSV Netherlands, followed by SNAP Sweden.
Thank you, KMPSV Netherlands. I wanted to say something similar as CAPSI.
If it's similar, please don't say it. If you're adding new information, feel free, but otherwise I have to move on. Thank you. SNAP Sweden.
SNAP Sweden. We understand the need of this report regarding everything happened under this World Congress, but I don't agree that this is the appropriate punishment. This is so extreme and is so much.
Just making sure that we are talking about the procedure motion to change to the 62nd.
Yes, exactly. We don't agree about that. Another discussion, I'm sorry.
Okay, that's fine. I have Morty at the back, and then anybody else who likes to weigh in on the amendment.
I think Jordan wanted to say that we will lose our voting rights for the 62nd General Assembly. So if she corrects this amendment, then maybe the GA can vote on it properly. I would like to make a comment that saying that one vote doesn't affect the GA.
This is the second discussion point, so I'll have to move past it. I'm sorry, Morty.
Put me on the speakers list because I want to make a comment.
You're on the speakers list. We have to move on now. JPSA Jordan, would you like to have that's acceptable to you? Like, you want to word it like that?
Yes, I accept the clarification. Thank you.
Okay, so we will continue discussion here. Did I have anyone else on the speakers list? I have a technical over here at, yes, technical, Asaf Switzerland.
We would like you to, from time to time, ask the chair if we want to vote already on this amendment. For example, now.
Is that acceptable to the GA? Okay, so we will move forward to voting on a procedural motion to amend this motion such that I'll have to come up with a wording. Just give me one moment here. As an aside, the timer is not going right now, so if we continue, there will be 6 minutes starting from when I return. Okay, so the amended motion will read as such, and JPSA Jordan, you can confirm if this is correct. This is the 61st IPSF General Assembly mandates IPSF to submit an incident report on the 61st IPSF World Congress to be reviewed by the 61st IPSF Executive Committee before the 1st of October 2015. The report shall be voted on by contact persons prior to Executive Meeting 2 in 2016. If this is not received or approved, IPASF will not be granted voting rights and lose their set quota until the end of the 62nd IPSF World Congress. Approval will be based on transparency of the self-reflection, finances, and incidents regarding the 61st IPSF World Congress 2015. I have a technical from Marty.
I'd like to understand what would happen if the executive committee doesn't, submits the report to the CPs, but the CPs are ineffective in responding.
That's not a technical. I can't take it. Sorry.
Okay, so this would be a question which would be addressed later?
Maybe, but right now we have to continue with the procedure. Okay, so we are now voting on a procedural motion to amend the motion so that it reads as it currently does. Discussion has ended, so we're going directly to voting. All those against this amendment. So this is the amendment so that we can vote on the motion as it's currently worded. If you do not like how this is worded, you are against this procedural motion. Keep your voting cards high, high, high up in the air. High in the air. IPASF, have you decided if you're voting or not? You have to decide right now, right now, right now. You have not decided. Halfway up is as now you're not voting. Okay. Okay, voting cards down, thank you. You may not abstain from a procedural motion. All those in favor, please raise your voting cards high. So if you're in favor of this amendment, okay, so we had 21 for, 21 against. Reminder, procedural motions require 2/3 majority, so this procedural motion has been defeated. I will change the motion back to its original wording. Okay, just gonna gauge the GA at a formality. Would we like this, the time limit extended once again? Green if you do, red if you feel comfortable voting on it as it currently stands. Okay, I'm gonna add another 6 minutes to the timer as previously discussed. And I'll take the next comment. I'll read out the next couple. APHA, ASB USA, IPASF, Raul, Neha, and Morty. APHA, ASB USA. Sorry, technical from BPHD Germany.
Chris, BPHD Germany, was it the whole list?
No, that was not the whole list, but for time's sake, I didn't read the whole list.
I just want to know if I'm on the list because I raised my hand very early.
It's a pretty extensive list. APHA, ASB USA.
Amanda, APHA, ASP USA. I just want to point out to the GA again, the punishment listed in the motion is not because of the incident. The punishment listed would be because they did not submit the report. And after everything that's happened, if they cannot submit the report and take responsibility for what's happened, that's the issue, and that's where the punishment is coming from. For those of you who are still opposed to the punishment, I don't know if I'm allowed to do this, so Mike can tell me or not, but like, if the punishment were different and did not affect voting or SEP, if it were something like they are not allowed to bid for another IPSF event, would you be more in favor of that as opposed to the punishment as it stands here?
As a technical, I would allow you to make an amendment right now. Oh, sure, whatever. If you'd like, though, you can make that amendment.
Would the GA be more in favor of a punishment affecting their bid status than their voting or SEP status? Raise your green card if you would be more okay with that, please.
For clarification, we're speaking about a possible amendment that would maintain the first part of the motion regarding the report, the incident report regarding the 61st IPSF World Congress, but it alters the punishment of, if the report is not submitted, to the punishment will no longer involve the removal of voting rights and set quota, but instead will remove the ability to bid for an IPSF event for some time frame to be defined. Does everybody understand what I've said? Thank you.
So does the proposer of the motion, you'd like to make a comment on that amendment?
What would happen is if you were to make that amendment, it would then go to the proposer. If they may accept it, and it would immediately go into the motion, or if they reject it, it would then go to discussion by the GA. Are you making that amendment?
Yes.
Thank you. Sorry, I'm just pausing the discussion time while I make the amendment. As a technical, can I request a time frame? APHA, ASB? What kind of time frame are we talking about? Similar?
Green card for 5 years, red card for 10 years, go. $10 years, please.
I have a technical from BPHD Germany.
Yes, BPHD Germany, just for the sake of time, can I, so as in that time frame as you demand the motion, comment on the amendment since I'm proposing?
Sorry, say that again. You wanted to?
Can I comment on the amendment since I'm the proposer for sake of time during your hearing? Okay, first of all, I want to deliver my deepest apologize for my comment prior regarding the voting rights and the votes. It wasn't my intention. It was the wrong wording, and understand. What I wanted to deliver is that in the end, decisions are up to the whole GA. So I apologize really deeply for that. Secondly, is it possible that I can have 1 minute talk with SOP Denmark on the amendment, or do I have to state it alone?
I will allow that at the discretion of GA. Can I get a motion, cards? It seems like we're in agreement. We will allow that discussion to happen. Can I get at least one delegate to remain at the table for each delegation now? No, stay there. Stay at your table. Stay at your table, please. Technical from LPSA Lebanon. Can I get a microphone to Lebanon?
Role of IPSF Lebanon. Can you please put a time frame on how one can detect on how one?
Okay, thank you. Can I get confirmation from APHA that this wording is in the spirit of your amendment? Thank you very much. I will now consult BPHD Germany whether or not they accept this amendment.
Chris, BPHD Germany, after talking with SOP Denmark, we will agree on the amendment, even though we still have a little bit concerns if that could push enough to deliver it.
Thank you, Chris. With the amendment accepted, I will continue on with the discussion. I have IPASF India followed by Rahul, Neha, Morthy, and LPSA. IPASF India, you may speak. No? Are you? Is that neglecting to speak? Yes? No? I don't understand something. Skipping the question, or? Okay, we're moving on. Rahul?
Rahul, Chairperson IPSF India. The point of transparency is mentioned, and I would just like to comment and basically ask a question about transparency. Like, what kind of transparency is expected when all the budget was submitted in all the EM meetings and everything, and it was clearly displayed in front of entire GA. Even the chairperson's report was there in front of the entire GA. So what else transparency does the proposer of this motion expect?
The question was directed to BPHD Germany. They may respond. As there's 20 seconds left in the current time frame, I'll allow one more comment after Chris has responded, and then I will gauge the GA.
Chris, BPHD Germany, thank you, Rahul, for your question. First of all, the budget was rejected by the GA because there were several parts inside of it we couldn't get clear information out, and we did not agree on. The second thing is the wording transparency just is in there to ensure that all the main aspects are inside of it. So it's just a wording to ensure that it will be completely about everything.
Okay. For the final comment, I will go to Neha.
I request a list of the, I
I request a list of points that need to be mentioned in the incident report clearly, on which the report will be generated so that nothing is missed. Thank you.
Okay, that will be minuted. Thank you very much for your comments. I will now engage the GA as we reach the end of my additional 6 minutes. If we feel like we need to continue the discussion, red card. If you feel like you are ready to vote on this motion as currently worded, green card. There's still a few red cards out there, so I am going to add 4 minutes onto the clock, as previously discussed. And we'll continue with the speakers list. Morty, and IPSF Lebanon, followed by NAPS Australia, APA Portugal, and SNAP Sweden.
I have a question to whoever can answer it. I would like to know if the report is submitted and the executive does forward it to the CPs, and CPs do not vote, what would be the repercussions? Would it be accepted that we have submitted the report on time and none of the penalties would be valid?
Does anyone feel comfortable answering this question? I will provide clarification. It does say within the motion, if this referring to the report is not received or approved, IPASF will not be permitted to host an IPSF event in that time frame. This means that if the report is submitted, as I understand it, if this report is submitted and rejected, the punishment would apply. We will add you to the list, Morning. I'm sorry, I cannot take a direct comment right now, and if that's not a technical, try it.
Can I request a member to propose an amendment? Is that allowed?
That's not a technical. IPSF Lebanon, followed by NAPS Australia.
Roland IPSF Lebanon. I actually do agree that when they said before that the amendment or the motion is basically for just the report we received and we're not voting over the consequences, but it's not true because we are voting over the consequences since we are waiting also for the report to be approved. So I think it should be changed to just be received, and when the punishment for being approved should be different than received. Because you did say before that it's just, or if they receive it, then the punishment.
Okay. I will ask you to look at the motion cards in the room, most notably BPH Germany's and the majority of members, before I ask you this, but would you like to propose that amendment? Thank you. I will continue on down the speakers list. NAPS Australia, you had next speaking rights. Can I get the microphone to NAPS Australia? Technical from EPSA.
National EPSA President, just pointing one thing, because IPSF event, it doesn't necessarily mean World Congress, it can mean anything.
That's not a technical.
Okay, I'm so sorry.
NAPS Australia. Tom? Okay, withdrawn.
All right, Tom, sorry. So our concern is that, it's really hard to word, but our concern is that this type of amendment to the penalty, if, for example, the RC didn't want to submit the report, that is affecting 3 whole generations of delegations from applying. I mean, obviously at the moment, if they were applying again in the next 2 years, every single one of us probably would not vote for them. But there have been situations in the past, say for example in Australia, if we screwed up a Congress 10 years ago, there are people that we don't even know that might be really keen for a Congress, might put in a really good bid for a Congress, that is unfair that would affect them 10 years down the track when they have nothing to do with it at this point in time. We do have an amendment to propose, but I don't think that's appropriate in this current conversation because we're voting on this one, is it correct?
No, the amendment has been accepted by Chris, by BPHG Germany. So right now we're back in the main conversation about the motion as it's currently worded. So at the end of this discussion, we will be voting on the motion.
So we can
if you would like, right now, you may propose an amendment.
So we think due to the fact that it is related to the event and because we did set a precedent with France last year, we think as Australia that it should be only their ODs that can go until the 64th IPSF Congress. This way, future generations of Indian delegates aren't affected to such a severe extent in the situation that the RC didn't submit an appropriate report. And I think we're just trying to do the balancing act between something that's too severe that would affect too many people and something that's not severe enough to not give enough power.
Okay, thank you for that, Tom. So if I understand correctly, your amendment would maintain the first part of the motion where they have to submit the report in the same way, but in the event that the report is not received or approved, IPSF will only be able to send official delegates to the Congresses, to IPSF events until the end of the 64th IPSF World Congress. That amendment has been made. I will ask BPHG Germany how they feel about that.
Chris, BPHG Germany, thank you, NAPSA Australia, for your comment and your amendment. Nevertheless, we're not going to accept this amendment on one certain point. The point is the GA at the next Congress still have power to overrule this motion if the report was received. Just to remind you, you can do that. So that's something how you can solve the issue if the CPs didn't be active and didn't approve it. Just to remind you, so it doesn't affect the hosting of the Congress if the Indian people just delivered it.
Okay, thank you, Chris. You may not. We now in open discussion about that amendment. I will remind you that as with the amendment from JPSA Jordan, at any time I will allow you to withdraw it. You may comment now because we're in open discussion about the amendment. Oh, sorry. Okay, so first comment was APHA, ASB, USA, then NAPS Australia. Reminder, this is a discussion about the amendment.
So, Amanda, APHA, ASB, United States. The amendment that was previously posed only kept the association from hosting a World Congress. It didn't keep any Indian delegates from attending a Congress somewhere else. The amendment that was just posed actually affects more students because now only official delegates would be able to attend a Congress for 3 years. That's affecting way more students than them just not being able to host a Congress.
Thank you for your comment. NAPS Australia, you're next in the speaking list.
In reply to what Chris said before, would it be possible at the end if we put something like, once this motion passed, it cannot be reviewed, even though that's completely opposite to what the direction that APHA ASP had gone, that was what we were going to say initially.
I will defer to James to answer that.
In regards to that, the General Assembly always has the power to review the decisions of the past General Assemblies.
Thank you. I have a technical from LPSA Lebanon.
Well, LPSA Lebanon. I know we're short on time. I can just read the list quickly. 5 panelists, 6 panelists.
Sorry, what was that? Speaker list?
Yes, can you just read 5 or 6 please down the list?
Right now, we're in a discussion about the amendment, so I have a distinct speakers list with that. When we go back to the discussion on the motion itself, I'm returning to that speakers list. If you like, the speakers list for the current conversation about the amendment is IPASF followed by ASF Switzerland and BPHG Germany and LPSA Lebanon and MyPSA Malaysia. The speakers list, once we return to the discussion on the motion, is AMPA Portugal, CAPSI Canada, PSP the Netherlands, IPHSA, Iran, BPHG Germany, LPSA Lebanon, NEHA, APF Portugal, NAPS Australia, BPHG Germany, and quarantine. So, just realized I'm not actually timing this. If it's acceptable to GA for this discussion about the amendment, I'm going to set up 4 minutes. 4-minute discussion, motion cards. Okay. Thank you very much. Next up on the list was IPASF India and then ASAP Switzerland.
I would really like to ask the executive committee and the GA that whether the Congress is only for OTs or for all the delegates, because we have been talking to the different delegates and I don't think so they have problems. There were problems, we agree, but they don't have much problems right now. And I think GA has been really harsh on IPA and the reception committee, and I think so it's really demotivating and discouraging for the rest of the host. I just think so.
Okay, thank you for your comment. Was that directed to? Okay.
Is the Congress only for OTs or for all the delegates?
We're speaking of the amendment now. Okay. If this amendment stands and the motion passes, it would mean that for the 62nd, 63rd, and 64th IPSF World Congresses, if this passes and a report is not received and approved by the GA, that would mean that IPASF may only send official delegates, so up to 3 people to represent IPASF to the General Assemblies at the 62nd IPSF World Congress, the 63rd and the 64th. Does that clear things up? Because normally nations will send their official delegates and they'll be able to offer other delegates to attend. I do have other speakers, so I am going to move on. I hope that clarifies things. ASAP Switzerland, followed by BPHG Germany.
Stefan, Switzerland, we believe that we are wasting time because we're only talking about the punishment, and if India is, the reception committee is actually able to submit the report, there is no punishment. So I would like to ask the reception committee if they think they will be able to submit a report, it's just a report, and if they think they are, then we can talk about the punishment.
I will consult if somebody from the reception committee feels comfortable answering that question, and if the GA allows it, I will then close the discussion on the amendment. Is somebody from the reception committee available to answer that question? Is that a technical?
First of all, I apologize if it's not technical, but I think you get something very, very wrong. We're not asking for RC to write this report, we are asking IPASF.
That is not a technical, but okay.
Yeah, but just for clarification, because
I have to actually stop talking.
Maybe ask the IPASF, sorry.
Vikas, Vice Chairperson of IPASF, and I'm a part of the reception committee. As soon as we get the exact list of requirements which we should provide in the report, we will send the report for you.
I will also consult the members of IPASF if they feel like a report would be, I'm getting nods, is that acceptable? You feel like a report would be submitted and accepted? Okay, so I will now consult NAPS Australia. Would you like us to proceed to vote on this amendment, or would you like to withdraw it?
Is there an easiest option?
Withdraw. We would like to withdraw.
Thank you.
That was our own opinion, so we'd like to withdraw.
Technical, the chairperson cannot force you to do anything. Okay, so the motion currently reads as it previously was effectively amended. I will now gauge the GA if we feel comfortable voting on this or if we'd like to continue discussion. Green if you feel comfortable voting, red if you think we need to talk more. Thank you so much. So we're going to, at this point, I will close the floor for discussion. Technical from us, is it a technical comment?
I want to make a final.
You may not make a final comment because we have a speakers list we have to go through if I was to continue the discussion.
The discussion's already closed. We closed the discussion.
Then you may not comment.
Yes. I can. If I do not present any new information, I can. If the motion committee wants to.
Read lightly.
Take a look. Do you want to clarify with the motions committee first or?
No, I believe you're correct.
Okay, thank you very much. So we want to stress that this is not a punishment. We are voting only on getting a report and we need the punishment as an incentive, but we're not voting on a punishment. Thank you.
What I should have said there is that I also said previously I would not allow the same information you said twice, so I could have stopped either way. In any case, we're going to proceed to voting. So I'll read through the motion. Motion 74, proposed by BPHG Germany, seconded by SOP Denmark, reads as follows. This, the 61st IPSF General Assembly, mandates IPSF to submit an incident report on the 61st IPSF World Congress to be reviewed by the 61st IPSF Executive Committee before the 1st of October 2015. The report shall be voted on by contact persons prior to Executive Meeting 2 in 2016. If this is not received or approved, IPSF will not be permitted to host an IPSF event until the end of the 71st IPSF World Congress 2025. Approval will be based on transparency to self-reflection, finances, and incidents regarding the 61st IPSF World Congress 2015. All those opposed to this motion, please raise your voting cards high into the air. High into the air, arms straight up. Okay, thank you. Any abstentions? Anybody abstaining from voting? Okay, all those in favor, please raise your voting cards high. Everybody votes up high, 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 high in the air, arms straight up. Reach for the sky. Sorry, that mosquito coming here. Okay, so sorry about that, but we don't have enough votes, so we're going to try this again. Yep. Once again, as the motion currently reads, all those opposed to the motion, please raise your voting cards high up into the air, straight up, so that we can see them. Thank you. Any abstentions? Anybody abstaining from voting? Thank you. All those in favor of this motion, please raise your voting cards up. Face them toward me and keep your arms straight. Great success. Okay, voting cards down. I'll mark the results on the slides. Okay. As seen on the screen, this motion has been carried. Thank you for your help. And I think after this, we're going to go to a coffee break. I would really thank you guys for your cooperation. This was a difficult one to get through. And we're going to take a 15-minute coffee break. So I'm going to ask for a proposal to suspend the standing orders from Shusisip to Slovenia, seconded by IPSF Malaysia. Anybody opposed to suspending standing orders? Carried unanimously. Thank you. I will now ask James to perform the roll.
Yes, TAPSI Canada and our Argentina delegate to TAPSI Canada, CPSF Croatia, CPSF Czech Republic, SOP Denmark, EPSF Egypt, IPSF Finland, IF France, PhD Germany, GPSF Ghana, IPSF India, ISMA-FASI Indonesia, IFSA Iran, APS Japan, KIPSA Kenya, and SAPSF South Africa delegated to KIPSA Kenya, MyPSA Malaysia, KNPSU the Netherlands, and Nigeria, YP Poland and Hubs Hungary delegated to YP Poland, AFRO Portugal, and the Spain delegated to AFRO Portugal, FASPA Romania, NATSA Serbia, and USPS Singapore, SPSA Slovakia, SHISA Slovenia, SPSA Sudan, SNAP Sweden, ASET Switzerland, PhD Thailand, ATEC Tunisia, and ASET Algeria delegate ATEC Tunisia, TPIYC Turkey, BPS United Kingdom, APHA ASB United States, and Africa Costa Rica delegate APHA ASB United States, and ZPSA Zimbabwe and IPSA Rwanda delegate ZPSA Zimbabwe. Delegate Costa.
15 minutes, guys. So back here at 3:15. We only have a few more points on the agenda left, guys. So bear with us and we'll get this done.
Okay, thank you very much. Now Chitri will provide some information about the technicalities of the nomination form. Thank you.
The honorary life membership is the highest award or recognition bestowed upon any member in the federation. It is granted to exceptional individuals who have provided exceptional service to the federation. The official documents state that anyone who served one term or more on the executive board and has contributed to the federation is eligible. But those are just basic guidelines. By tradition, people who have served exceptionally to the federation, to the continuity of the federation, to the aims of the federation, are given this title, and it is generally about 1 to 2 people per year, and many times no one is nominated and the award is not bestowed upon on anyone. And the nominations come to the HLM committee, and then if the HLM committee is satisfied, it proposes to the GA on for their decision, because the GA appoints HLMs, but is generally passed by the GA. But there have been exceptional situations where the GA has also rejected a nomination for HLM. So I would now ask Samin to state who has been nominated, by whom, and seconded by whom.
Thank you, Murthy. After reviewing the nomination received and talking with the proposal seconder, so the proposer is BPSG Germany, seconder is IPSF Switzerland. And they propose Ms. Angela Sester as for honorary lifetime membership nomination for the GA. Thank you.
All right. So okay, so I'll read the motion again. Motion 81, proposed by BPHD Germany, seconded by IPSF Switzerland. This is the 61st IPSF General Assembly elects Ms. Angela Setzer, BPHD Germany, as honorary life member of the Federation and congratulates her on her accomplishments within IPSF. For motivation, I would like to hear from BPHD Germany. Could I have the microphone to BPHD Germany, please? 3 minutes.
Chris, BPHD Germany, QGE, it's with great pleasure to propose to you our motivation regarding the nomination of Ms. Angela Sester as HLM of our federation. For those of who might not know her, Ms. Angela Sester served during the term 2012 to 2014 as Secretary General of our federation. We strongly believe Ms. Angela Sester meets the criteria for HLM of our federation. Together with Radek Matura, the former president of our federation, she worked continuously to structure and improve our constitution of our federation. Furthermore, it is their credit that the constitution got registered. Also, during her mandate, she ensured, together with Mr. Radek Matura and her now successor and current SecGen, Mr. James White, the implementation of the FIP Student Package 2013 in Bangkok. They even took over duties of the local organization committee to ensure the possibility for all our members to benefit from an attendance on FIP, at the FIP World Congress. Even after her retirement as Secretary General last year, she did not hesitate to step up as an official representative for the Joint Working Group for the FIP Student Package in Düsseldorf 2015 on behalf of IPSF. Also, she was part of the IPSF Advisory Board, where she gave great advice to the current EXCO. In every of these aspects, and also in her duties during her mandate, she showed outstanding contribution and great passion for our federation. which also infected others with the IPSF spirit we all got to know so far. We as PPHE are proud of her and her passion, and she still kept it high after her retirement. On behalf of PPHE Germany, we propose her nomination and kindly ask you to consider Ms. Angela Seester as an agent of our federation.
Thank you very much, PPHD Germany. IPSF Switzerland, if you'd like, you could provide additional money. Okay, yeah, microphone.
IPSF Switzerland. First of all, I would like to thank PPHD Germany for considering us as a second to this motion. We feel honored. Then I would like to thank the nomination committee for the smooth process outlined before, considering also the circumstances. And now I would like to point out a few points about Ms. Angela Seester, why we also believe that she qualifies as an honorary life member of our federation. Ms. Angela Seester has always provided great aid also to every single member association in this federation. She has visited our events several times. We had the chance to see her at, for example, WHSS in Lausanne, at our national congress, and also she was always present in WHA in Geneva. I think from talking to her, she has been at a lot of events from the member associations. So we want to point out that she was always available for member associations, and I think this is really a great thing to have acknowledged. Then, of course, she did a great effort for the structure of this federation, and take into consider these two main points, that she provided structure for the federation for years to come, and she was always available for every member for assistance, for help, for everything basically. We would propose her as an honorary life member. Thank you.
Thank you very much, IPSF Switzerland. I do just have to double check. I can't remember if we do a discussion or not. I feel like we just moved to a vote. Okay, if anybody else would like to add anything technical from above Portugal.
Regarding the PEF Portugal, can you add the words for the voting?
So we're going to secret ballot. And you guys all know what that means. Spoiled votes. Let me remind you again. There are no dots, there are no exclamation marks, there are no underlines, no lines above, on the side, no hearts, no smileys, no pencils. Just for, against, or abstain. Once you're done with your vote, please hold your voting card high so that the scrutineer can come and collect the votes. Thank you.
This is it, guys. I feel like we're going to do it this time. No spoil votes.
We've been able to do it a few times. Especially this is the last vote, guys. The last vote.
If you still have a secret ballot, please raise your right card in the air. Oh, we got one more to go. Any more secret ballots, please raise a red card in the air. Otherwise, we will start counting them. I'd like to give the floor to Ton Pham.
All right, guys. Tom Master Show. I just have a little gift for us all. So over the past couple of days, we've been keeping in Australia. We've been keeping a tally, a very special tally. And about 5 minutes ago, we hit the 100 mark. I'd just like to congratulate a very special person in this room, Chris, BPhD Germany, for saying his name 100 times during GA. Just for your own information, 13 on day 1, 14 on day 2, 15 on day 3, 22 on day 4 and 5, and today we're at 14. Congratulations, Chris. Well done. I give the floor back to Mike. Comment from, I give the floor back to Mike.
It's my job. Comment from Chris, BPhD Germany.
101!
Well, that was my last gift to you, since this will be the last time you will ever hear this again.
Okay, I think we have the voting results. Give us a moment. Could everybody please keep the noise level down?
Every birthday I was following at some point, and well, thank you very much for this very good news. Okay. I'm really humbled, and I really hope to meet many of you again in some future conferences. Yeah. What can I say?
All right, let's have a proper round of applause. We'll put the slide up on the screen. I'm still so disappointed in you guys. One spoiled brat. With that, I believe I'm going to give the floor to Bram.
So, since there are no more points on the agenda, the next 1 second, I have a technical from Ask Switzerland.
Stefan, Ask Switzerland. Is it possible to ask them how it was spoiled, just for general amusement of the GA?
Alright, so since it's clarified, this was truly the last point on the agenda for today. And since I think you guys deserve to stop now, because we've covered a lot of things. No more tea, I'm not giving you the floor. I know it's not a technical, so I'm not giving it.
Come on, burn this. Don't do this. Come on.
I'm gonna ask GA, do you think I should give him the floor?
Speak.
Okay.
I propose that I or request someone to propose that we sing the IPSF song and minute it in the GA.
Morty, if you could just wait for me to do what I wanted to do, we would do that. As if I would forget that.
So last year, it was after the standing orders were suspended.
Well, this isn't last year. So, with that said, let me continue with what I wanted to say. So, we want to thank you all for your great help in getting through the agenda points as fast, as efficient, and as quickly as possible. We really do appreciate that. Then, of course, like we've pretty much rushed through the reports, and obviously I didn't get a chance to really thank my team, who really deserves a lot of credit for their hard work, for their dedication, and for the immense amount of sleepless nights we've gone through to get not only this federation and every motion and everything that we've discussed during this GA, but also to work on this Congress and to make sure that you guys not only had a good GA, but also had a good Congress as far as that was possible from our side. So first of all, I want to ask for a very, very loud round of applause for my team, who's been amazing. And with that said, in the Netherlands, we have a small tradition that at the end of our mandates, for us, which is during our GA, the president has a gift for her team. And so I do have a gift for every single one of you. I know that they know that they're getting a gift, they just still don't know what it is, and they're still guessing what it is. So I'm just gonna, Steph has been complaining about this thing forever. So I'm going to put you out of your misery.
Just give me a second. Point of clarification, she asked us what hand we write with, or what hand we use. And I'm left-handed to write, but I'm right-handed to do everything else. And so she wouldn't tell me what hand I use.
It's a pen and it's engraved IPSF Executive 2014-2015, Viva la Pharmacy.
All the TPs join.
Okay, as much as I love you, let's not do that. With that said, since the words on there are Viva la Pharmacy, I would like us to start the song. Okay, so we're going to sing to every country that's present here. We have time, so we're going to use it properly. So let's start. Let's start with IPSF, by the way.
IPSF, Viva la Pharmacy. IPSF, Viva la Pharmacy. Viva, viva, viva l'amor, viva, Australia, Australia, viva la pharmacy. Australia, Australia, viva la pharmacy. Viva, viva, viva l'amor, viva, viva, viva l'amor, viva, viva l'amor, viva la pharmacy. To Austria, viva la pharmacy. To Austria, viva la pharmacy. Viva, viva, viva l'amor, viva, viva, viva l'amor, viva, viva, viva l'amor, viva la pharmacy. Canada, viva la pharmacy. Canada, viva la pharmacy. Viva, viva, viva l'amor, viva, viva, viva l'amor, viva, viva, viva l'amor, viva la pharmacy. Croatia, viva la pharmacy. Croatia, viva la pharmacy. Viva, viva, viva l'amor, viva, viva, viva l'amor, viva, viva, viva l'amor, viva la pharmacy. Czech Republic, viva la pharmacy. Czech Republic, viva la pharmacy. Viva, viva, viva l'amor, viva, viva, viva l'amor, viva, viva, viva l'amor, viva la pharmacy. Denmark, viva la pharmacy. Denmark, viva la pharmacy. Viva, viva, viva l'amor, viva, viva, viva l'amor, viva, viva, viva l'amor, viva la pharmacy. To Egypt, viva la pharmacy. To Egypt, viva la pharmacy. Viva, viva, viva l'amor, viva, viva, viva l'amor, viva, viva, viva l'amor, viva la pharmacy. To Finland, viva la pharmacy. To Finland, viva la pharmacy. Viva, viva, viva l'amor, viva, viva, viva l'amor, viva, viva, viva l'amor, viva la pharmacy. France, viva la pharmacy. France, viva la pharmacy. Viva, viva, viva l'amor, viva, viva, viva l'amor, viva, viva, viva l'amor, viva la pharmacy. Germany, viva la pharmacy. Germany, viva la pharmacy. Viva, viva, viva l'amor, viva, viva, viva l'amor, viva, viva, viva l'amor, viva la pharmacy. Ghana, viva la pharmacy. Ghana, viva la pharmacy. Viva, viva, viva l'amor, viva, viva, viva l'amor, viva, viva, viva l'amor, viva la pharmacy. To India, viva la pharmacy. To India, viva la pharmacy. Viva, viva, viva l'amor, viva, viva, viva l'amor, viva, viva, viva l'amor, viva la pharmacy. India, viva la pharmacy. Jordan, to Jordan, viva la pharmacy. To Jordan, viva la pharmacy. Viva, viva, viva l'amor, viva, viva, viva l'amor, viva, viva, viva l'amor, viva la pharmacy. Viva la pharmacy. Viva la pharmacy. Viva, viva, viva l'amor, viva, viva, viva l'amor, viva, viva, viva l'amor, viva la pharmacy. Viva la pharmacy. Viva la pharmacy. Viva, viva, viva l'amor, viva, viva, viva l'amor, viva, viva, viva l'amor, viva la pharmacy. Viva la
Thank you guys for the great experience. For at least some of us, this is the last time we're here on stage as executives. For some of us, it will be around next year. And for some of us, it's just time for retirement. But no, sincerely, thank you so much for making this a great experience. And I think I have to give the chair back to Mike to close it. Come on.
I'd also like a very big applause for Karan, of course.
So, I have to give the floor to Mike.
I will give the floor back to Karan. Go ahead.
Can I have a motion to suspend anyone? Okay. The only argument I'm going to be biased. KPC the Netherlands, seconded by Capsi Canada. BPHG, get over it. I have a technical perception in Zimbabwe.
Michelle's a piece in Zimbabwe. I think we forgot to thank someone who was here all the time. Some of us would like miss some of the sessions. We should say thank you, a big thank you to Mike.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you, Michelle, for joining us. And of course, it goes without saying, but it should be said. A thank you to Ms. Neha Demna for, as chairperson of the reception committee, for all her work for the past 2 years. Applause, guys, come on. And of course, her RC and Melbourne committee for all of the work they've done. Now, a vote on suspending the standing orders. A vote. All those against? I do not see BPH Germany and Poland. Thank you, Sarah. Okay, guys, no, seriously, all those against? Vote is carried unanimously. Mr. James White, you have the floor to do the final roll call. Timing. timer over here. Scrutineer, are you ready? Okay, take it away, Mr. Jim Swipe.
So much pressure.
You can
That's
do it.
Australia, for most students, si Canada na Francia, la Cascana, CPS, Croatia, CPS, Czech, Sweden, it's Finland, Anna, France, CPS, Germany, GPS, Ghana, IPSF, India, France, Indonesia, Iran, IPS, IPS, Jordan. Give you a break. Maldives and Malaysia. Came previously to the Netherlands, France, Nigeria, white people in Hobsang Vidal, white people in Upper Critical Face Bank, delegate Portugal. That's for Romania, next to Serbia, NUSPS Singapore, SPSS Slovakia, Slovenia, SPSF Sudan, Sweden, Switzerland, PSVG Thailand, Azerbaijan, Thailand, TBA was in Turkey, BBSA United Kingdom, ABHA the United States, Africa, Costa Rica, delegate ABHA the United States, WBSA Zimbabwe, and officer one of delegates, WBSA Zimbabwe.
Exactly 32 seconds.
And 56 more seconds.
Okay, guys, then I can say the final words is GA is dismissed. Have fun at Gala, and we'll see you in a few hours in your pretty dresses and your tux and suits and whatever, and we're gonna have an epic night. Before you leave, I do have an announcement from the RC that Congress booklets can be collected at the info desk. You can also collect the coupons for tonight's dinner at the info desk, and everyone who has outstanding debts or credits can also sort those at the info desk. Also, between 7 p.m. and 9 p.m. in the lobby, everyone who does not have the slip for their security deposit, please go and contact Hiran or Rahul, who will be standing there to help you further. Yes, maybe it's Germany, IPSF Portugal.
There was a deal standard that all participants and some individuals will meet at the
LIT and certain individuals, please meet at the info desk at the. There was an email sent by the RC. In 20 minutes, I heard? Oh, sorry, 20 minutes ago. At the Portugal. You have to check out between 10 o'clock tomorrow morning, 10 o'clock, before 10 o'clock. For those who are checking out earlier than 5 a.m., please contact the hotel lobby. Between 5 and 10, you can just check out at the lobby. That is a hotel policy. I cannot control that. All right. Enjoy your night, guys. Have fun.